What's up, y'all? Let me just make sure everything is in order. Um, Sounds like it is. All right, cool. Audio is working. Sorry if there's any background noise. It's Friday night now. Everybody's home, so it is what it is. Yeah, I'm definitely excited. Um, we got a lot to get through today. Um, but I think it's gonna be a really fun time, to be honest with you. Um, I guess I'll start off talking about Tampa a little bit. So, what did they trade? What did they ultimately get? Let me see if I can find out. Um so the Bucks gave Jacksonville their 27th pick, and in return they got 33, so the first pick in the second round, and then 106 and 180. Okay. That makes sense. So they got a fourth and a sixth out of it. And they only moved back six spots ultimately. Yeah, that's reasonable. And who did they draft yesterday? Um, Let me just go ahead and refresh that real quick. Let me just do it this way. Oh, duh, no shit. I'm stupid. Obviously, they traded their pick away, so I didn't pick anybody. That's right. I'm stupid. So yeah. In that case, let's go ahead and take a look at their depth chart. So their receiving core is fine. They got Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, Russell Gage at receiver, so that's great. Running back, Leonard Fournette and Keyshawn Vaughn. They could probably use something there at some point. They still got Giovanni Bernard too. They still got Cameron Braid at tight end. They could probably use one later, just for some depth. Could definitely use some offensive linemen. Ed Ingram, I think, is still available. So that's something they could be looking at. They could also use a 3-4 defensive end with Ndamukong Suh being gone. They could definitely use some edge rusher help. After Shaq Barrett, they don't really have a whole lot. Well, actually, no, they got Tryon. They actually don't need edge right now. So yeah, I think like a 3-4 defensive end or an offensive lineman would probably be best for them. As far as options for them, let's see. Let me take a look at that. They still got like the Marvin Leal. I think Logan Hall could probably be a good 3-4 defensive end. Not really a whole lot there to want to take right now. I think they probably go offensive line. Like I said, Ed Ingram is still there. Darren Kennard is still there if they value him in that way. Bernard Raymond, Daniel Falile, if they like him in that way. There's still plenty of offensive linemen available. That's kind of where I think Tampa should probably be looking. What about the Vikings? because they're after Tampa. Obviously, they're good at receiver with Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. Running back's great. I don't think they're going to move on from Kirk Cousins anytime soon, and they have Kellen Mond. Tight end seems fine. Yeah, they could use some guard help. Maybe an upgrade over at right tackle. They're doing a 3-4 now. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Yeah, they did draft Lewis Seen last night. Yeah, I think offensive line would probably be best for them. They could probably use some linebacker, maybe. Yeah. Maybe some 3-4 defensive end. I don't know how they feel about Jalen Twyman. We'll see. But I think the line is definitely where they should be looking. I think Ezra Cleveland and Jesse Davis is definitely areas where they could improve. But I guess we'll see. Are we on the clock? Are they on the clock yet? Let me. Why do they have somebody upside down? What the hell is going on with this broadcast? Why do they have somebody chained upside down? Why are we looking at a magician right now? What kind of shit is this? It's kind of cool, I guess. He's getting himself free from the straitjacket. That's fun. Okay. Can we start the draft now? Now that that spectacle is over? That was something. That was very strange. Sorry about any background noise, guys. It just is gonna be. It's just gonna be what it's gonna be. It's gonna be probably worse tomorrow. Let me just check. Are we going now or what? Okay. All right, cool. Tampa is officially on the clock. All right, let's go then. Now that we got this stupid ass magician shit over with. I've already talked about what my thoughts are on Tampa and the Vikings, actually. Like I said, I think Tampa should probably be looking at offensive line. They could also use a 3-4 defensive end if they want to go for someone like a DeMarvin Leal. Or even like a Logan Hall if they value him in that way. I think this would be a little early for him. I think someone more like Ed Ingram would be good here. Maybe even like a Bernard Raymond, I guess. But I would prefer Ed Ingram. I think he's just a better player. But I know a lot of people just have like this thing about not wanting to take guards, which is stupid. Darian Kennard is still a thing. Chris Paul from Tulsa. They still got some guys that are pretty solid. Damn, Tampa, you had all day and all night last night to figure out what you were doing with this pick. They must be talking to somebody that wants to trade up. It's the only thing I can think of in this situation. I don't think they should trade out of this. I think they should just go ahead and take their players. They got 2 more picks tomorrow now. So I think that'll be fine for them. Let me go ahead and the teams take a look at Tampa. Yeah, they still have their second as well. Their actual second. Yeah, I think this just screams Ed Ingram right now. I guess if they like Darren Kennard in that way, but Ed Ingram is my number 4 guard, to be honest. Let's go, bro. We announced this pick. What's this here? But yeah, Tampa got 106 and 180 for the trade that happened last night. So they got a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder to with tomorrow. And they only had to move back 6 spots to do it. So, and if they're looking for a guard anyway, they still got a really good one basically in their lap. I feel really, really good about Ed Ingram. I think he can step in as a really, really good player immediately. I don't think he should get past Tampa, and if Tampa doesn't take him, I think Minnesota should. Just my thoughts. Pick is in. Apparently. So I got the TV broadcast, but I also have the ESPN thing pulled up too, so I can see all the picks and stuff like that. All right, come on. What's the pick? I think Ed Ingram would be a fantastic fit for Tampa if that's where they go. What kind of crazy shit are they doing here? Let me go ahead and also tweet this out. I forgot to do that. While they're still fucking around with the pick. All right, what we got? They could go like 3-4 defensive end as well because they do have a need there. I just don't really see anybody at that position that's better than Ed Ingram. And they also really need guard help. So I think that would be a perfect fit for them. I know some people really like Darren Kennard as well. What in the blue? All right, Simeon. Logan Hall, huh? I actually mentioned him earlier when I was looking at the Bucks depth chart. I didn't think he would go this early, if I'm being completely honest with you. Let me just pull up my notes on him. Yeah. So yeah, he's probably going to play 3-4 defensive end for them. If I had to guess, he's 6'5", about 280 pounds. Has a slow spin move that he uses a lot and actually gets some value out of it. He does have a tendency to spin himself out of position sometimes. He also has a tendency to run down the middle of people a little bit, but he does show flashes of having really good hands. But it does need to be more consistent. He shows flashes of being able to use control as well, which I think they're going to want to develop that a little bit. He does definitely have some burst to him, though, has some strength. I see him as a guy who could play 3-tech and 3-4 defensive end. Obviously, in Tampa's scheme, he's probably going to be more of a 3-4 defensive end. But I think he is going to be a guy that is going to have to develop a little bit more. Green Bay just traded up. I'll talk about the Packers in a moment. Logan Hall was actually number 5 best defensive lineman, so it's a pretty good pick for them. I just think that Ed Ingram was just sitting there basically screaming, take me, take me. But it is what it is. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Packers depth chart. I had the Vikings pulled up. Man, what did the Packers have to get up to trade with the Vikings to get the Vikings pick? I want to know. They really need receiver. They got Alan Lazard. Let me also take a look at, and their pick is in immediately as well. That's right. They took Quay Walker last night and Devontae Wyatt, so that's pretty good. But that's great for their defense, but they really need receiver help, man. They got Alan Lazard, Sammy Watkins, and Randall Cobb, and Robert Tonyan at tight end. They need weapons for Aaron Rodgers. And there's still people like Sky Moore available as well, so that there are guys. Maybe with all the receivers kind of disappearing last night, maybe the Packers are getting a little bit scared and want to go get one of the top guys while they are still on the board. That's the only thing I can really think of. Yeah, I think Sky Moore is my next best receiver. Pick is in for Green Bay. Let's go ahead and announce it, please. And while they're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Titans depth chart. I can get that ready. All right, Christian Watson. Okay, I can understand that. He was higher on other people's boards than he was on mine, just because I don't generally place as much value on like the big-bodied receivers as a lot of people do. But I can definitely see the appeal. Obviously, 6'5", 208 pounds. He did play for North Dakota State, so lack of competition is a bit of a concern, but he is a good player. He's actually a pretty decent blocker, has some really good long speed, and that speed with that 6'5" frame that alone is going to get you drafted. Just a really, really good deep threat. He lines out wide and in the slot, and actually sometimes in the backfield as well. He's not necessarily a very good route runner, to be honest with you, and his agility isn't always that great. He also does have some issues with focus drops. I think his hands are actually pretty good, but sometimes he tries to turn and run before he actually completes the catch. So that is something I want to see him work on. But just as a pure deep threat, I think he can be a very good player. And this is definitely a position in need. I think Sky Moore was definitely better. But I think this will probably work, and I think he's probably going to put up some pretty big numbers just because he is going to be playing for the Packers. So it is what it is. And maybe they were kind of scared of taking like George Pickens because of the character concerns. So if you're looking for a big body, deep threat, I think Christian Watson. If you don't want George Pickens, I think Christian Watson's probably your best bet. All right, so let's talk about the Titans a little bit. Their pick is in. Let me take a look at the players that they picked last night because, Traylon Burks, and they traded away Brown as well, which is interesting. Okay, so their depth chart is updated on ESPN. That's good. So Robert Woods, Traylon Burks, Nick West, they could probably use some receiver help at some point, even more so, even though they did take Traylon. But they're probably not going to want to do that right now. They could probably use a guard. Ed Ingram would scream Titans. Oh, they're hurrying up with this. Okay. I appreciate that. He's already up there talking. Well, let's pull up the Jets depth chart then. Well, he's doing what he's doing. Whatever that is. Roger McCreary, corner from Auburn. Okay. Let me get that. Yeah, he's 5'11", about 190 pounds. Ran a 4.5 40. So not great, not terrible. Very, very aggressive player, very solid play strength despite only being 190. Not the most fluid movement in comparison to some of the other corners in the class, but he's a good tackler. Hips aren't, like I said, his hips aren't as fluid either. Great in press coverage, though. Not as athletically gifted as some of the other corners in the class. But if you play with two deep safeties often, I think he'll be fine. As long as you're not putting him one-on-one with anybody crazy fast. I think he can be a really good player. I think his mental processing and zone coverage could be a little bit better, though. But I do think he is a solid player. And let me actually take a look at what their corners were looking like. Yeah, they definitely did have a need there as well. So, I can understand that pick. And he can play some nickel for you as well. And the Jets pick is in. Let's take a look at the Jets roster. The Jets had a great draft. And their depth chart is fixed as well. So obviously with Garrett Wilson getting drafted last night by them, their receiving core is Elijah. The Jets just make a trade? I thought they were on. Whatever. Okay. I thought they traded it away. Anyway, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson, that receiving core is probably fine. They could still probably use some offensive line help. Tomlinson, they could probably have an upgrade over that, and Ed Ingram would be pretty good for that. Jermaine Johnson at edge is crazy. Sauce Gardner at corner. They've had a great draft so far. So we'll see. Let me They could probably use a linebacker. Shit, Nakobe Dean is still on the fucking board, too. Oh, my God. Don't do it, Jets. Don't do it. If they pull Nakobe Dean right now, because that is worth a trade up. If they pulled Nakobe Dean right now, their draft is already fucking next level. That's right. The Texans drafted Kenyon Green yesterday. Okay, so New York, the Jets received the 38. They traded the Giants. Okay, so Giants moved back 2 spots and looked like they got a day 3 pick in for it. So what did the Jets trade up for that they didn't want the Texans to get their hands on? Quarterback would be funny. This could be a tackle, and the Texans still do need offensive line, even though they did take Kenyon. They could be going for like Bernard Raymond or something. Like I said, though, Nakobe Dean is my fear. The Texans still really need just about everything. So Seattle's got back-to-back picks down there at 8 and 9, or 40 and 41 overall. That's fun. All right. Looks like we got Darrelle Revis announcing the pick. Breece Hall, running back. Okay. He's pretty good. Actually, yeah, that's actually a really good move. Pairing Michael Carter and Breece Hall, having the elusive back with the power back and Breece Hall. That's actually kind of scary now that I think about it. But it's not Nakobe Dean. So I'll take it. Because putting Nakobe Dean next to C.J. Mosley would have made me want to shit my pants. So, but that is a very good pick from the Jets. And I will pull up the Giants depth chart, so that'll be ready after the Texans. And let's talk about the Texans a little bit. They got Kenyon Green last night, which is a great choice. Yeah, and they also got Derek Stingley. That's right. Damn. So they really need just about everything. They could use that makes sense. That makes sense wanting Breece Hall because the Texans have Rex Burkhead and Marlon Mack as their running backs. So that makes sense. But they could still go running back. They can go Isaiah Spiller and keep him in Texas. They definitely need receiver because Brandon Cooks, Nico Collins, and Chris Conley is atrocious. Brevin Jordan is fine at tight end. Definitely still need O-line. The Texans really need everything. So the pick is in for the Texans. So we will check that out. Jalen Petrie, okay. Don't worry about it, Houston. I'll still talk about him though. Jalen Petrie, here we go. So yeah, he's 5'11", 198 pounds. Very, very competitive player. And from what I understand, he's a very good locker room guy, which is great. He doesn't really have the speed and agility at the elite level that you're really looking for. His hips are kind of stiff. Tackle's a little bit high. I don't think he can really play linebacker very much. And the reason I say that is because of the lack of athleticism. A lot of times people want to put them at will, but I don't think he really just has. I don't think he has the frame for that. But has very good mental processing and is a very, very intelligent player. Very active in the run game. He understands coverage very well. It's just the lack of athleticism makes it kind of tough. But I think he's a very good box safety. He's a good tackler. He definitely has the mentality to be a good special teams player as well. I would not have taken him here, but I think he can be a pretty good strong safety. And I do like him. I do like the player. I just don't like him here. And after the Texans drafting pretty well last night, they've kind of returned to form a little bit. Oh shit! Atlanta is on the fucking board. Falcons depth chart. Let me pull that up. Who did they take last night? Yeah, that's right. Drake London. That's right. I don't expect them to be taking another receiver. They could go running back. I know Cordell Patterson is amazing, but they like him doing different things, so they might want another running back besides Mike Davis. Oh, they got Damian Williams too and Mike Davis, so maybe not. They could probably go offensive line. Maybe. Could definitely use some edge rusher help. Looks like they're a 3-4 now. They could use a 3-4 defensive end. Maybe someone like a DeMarvin Leal. Could probably use a nose tackle as well. I don't know if there's any nose tackles I'd be willing to take here. Like Travis Jones is a good player, but I don't think I'd want to take him this early. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. They could actually go linebacker. Nakobe Dean next to Deion Jones would be kind of scary. But we'll see. Pick is in for the Falcons. And we've got the Bears. Let me get that ready. What do we got? What do we have here? I'm not really sure. Quarterback could be a thing. All of them are still available. And you know what? They did trade up. So maybe that makes sense. Maybe they wanted to get ahead of Seattle. That could be a thing. Maybe this could be like Matt Corral or Malik Willis. I know some people are high on Desmond Ridder for some reason. That sounds like a Falcons thing to do. Go Desmond Ridder. What we got? Can we announce the pick now? Doing USA chants, apparently. I just unmuted it for a second to see what the hell was going on the TV broadcast. Oh, shit. That's fantastic, but let's go. Arnold Ibidiki, edge rusher. This is a little early for me. I think he's a little bit raw. He's 6'3", 256 pounds. He does squeeze pretty decently in the run game, has some solid ball get off. I do see him as a 3-4 outside linebacker, so the scheme does fit with what Atlanta's trying to do. He swipes down the outside hand and rips under the arm pretty decently. Not super bendy. And doesn't really have a huge tool bag. I think he could really benefit from having a consistent inside move because he's always beating people to the outside with his speed and his ability to defeat the outside hand. If he can have, like whether it be a cloth pull to the inside or a spin, something, just a really good inside move, I think would be really good. His eyes do have a tendency to get tricked sometimes. He does show effort in the run game, but I think he gets a little bit lost at misdirection sometimes. Definitely raw. I seen him as actually second round does kind of work for him, I guess. I had him like more of a third rounder, but I also do think he needs to finish his tackles a little bit better, but that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about the Bears. They did not have a pick yesterday. So let's take a look at their depth chart. They could definitely use some receiver help. They got Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, and St. Brown. Wow, they definitely could use some receiver help. They could still use another tackle. They really need offensive line across the board besides left tackle. Looks like they're running a 4-3. Could probably use an edge rusher. Could use some linebacker. Probably definitely offensive tackle and guard for sure. Receiver. And I could see edge or linebacker. And again, Nakobe Dean is still sitting right there. Pick is in for the Bears. And let me go ahead and pull up the Seahawks because they got back-to-back picks. I could see them going quarterback here for sure. I can't imagine their plan is to stick with Drew Lock long term. That's right. They took Charles Cross. That's a fantastic pick for them. They got back-to-back picks. Man, they could actually go Ed Ingram and really help continue building that offensive line and then take a quarterback as well because they have back-to-back picks here. So that can be interesting. But we'll talk about Seattle in a minute. Let's just focus on the Bears. But it's hard when you know it's a quarterback-needy team. It makes you want to talk about them more for some reason, at least with me. Especially because we only had one quarterback go last night. Got the Colts after that. Colts need receivers, man. Like Sky Moore, I think would be really good for the Colts if they get there. But I could also see the Bears taking him. Let me take a look at my receivers. Yeah, we still got Sky Moore. I'm curious to see when someone puts their nuts on the table for George Pickens. We still got Bo Melton, John Mechie, Wendell Robinson, Danny Gray. We got guys. Yeah, we got plenty of receivers still available. Calvin Austin is going to be a guy later. Alec Pierce, if you're interested in him. He's a pretty good player. Pick is in for the Bears. Let's do it. Kyler Gordon, corner from Washington. I actually forgot he was still on the board. So yeah, he is 5'11", 195 pounds. He ran a 4.52 40. But honestly, watching the film, he seems like he runs much faster on film. Not a very good tackler, so that is something. His instincts could use a little bit of work too. Not super technical, a little bit grabby. Doesn't really trust his eyes. Pretty good in press coverage though. Very, very competitive and aggressive. Fluid feet. Has enough athleticism, but it's not necessarily elite. I think this is kind of a bit of a reach, in my opinion. I had a fourth round grade on him, to be quite honest with you. Let's pull up the Colts depth chart. Well, but I got to talk about Seattle for a while because they got 2 picks. I was kind of talking about them already. I think they should probably take whichever quarterback they like better, whether that be Malik Willis or really whoever they like. I don't care. Carson Strong, if that's really who you want. Matt Corral, whoever is their guy. I assume that Drew Lock probably isn't going to be their long-term solution. And then with their other pick, maybe go offensive line again. I think that could be a pretty good strategy. Because I did get Charles Cross last night, which is a fantastic pick. And that's really not Seahawks-like anymore. But we'll see. Is there anything else I can kind of see Seahawks doing? Yeah, I mean they did just lose one hell of a linebacker. Nakobe Dean is still sitting right there, and they definitely need help there. They could use some edge rusher help. They need defensive tackles. They need corner. They need actually quite a bit, to be honest with you. Seattle could do a lot of things. And to be fair, I don't think that they necessarily have to take a quarterback here. If they want to just build around Drew Lock for now and just build the house, I'd be all for that. And just, really get a good offensive line, improve that defense, get that to where it is. And then if they want to try to take a quarterback next year, once they have the house built, I'm not against that. But we'll see. They look pretty decent at running back still. I don't think they necessarily need to be getting a running back right now. I think they should probably maybe look at one later because I don't think Rashad Penny's all that good, and Chris Carson is never healthy. All right, pick is in for the Seahawks. Hopefully they should just announce the 2 picks together, even if they got to take a little bit longer. What you got to say, Ian Rappaport? Yeah, they do have quite a few quarterbacks still there. Yeah, Sam Howell as well. I haven't mentioned his name yet. Very curious to see where some of these quarterbacks end up. For these teams do not seem that interested in them. It will be interesting when Washington comes around. I think Washington should probably take one. Try to develop them under Carson, unless they really want Carson to be their long-term plan. Can't really see any. Boye Mafe for Seattle. Not really a big fan of that pick. They do need edge rusher, though, so I won't say that necessarily. So he's 6'3" and 255 pounds. Decent ball get off. Has shown the ability to swipe hands. Squeezes okay. He does show burst, but doesn't do it all the time. Solid hand fights when he wants to. Once he's blocked, he's blocked. He doesn't really have a backup plan at all. And if he can't beat you off the line with his athleticism, he's kind of done. Not much of a tool bag. Definitely a project player. I see him more as a 3-4 outside linebacker, but he's probably going to have to play defensive end in Seattle. No, I'm not really that big a fan of Boye Mafe, to be quite honest with you. He does have some power in his hands, but he's just a very, very raw talent. Definitely think there were better players available. They needed a linebacker, and Nakobe Dean was sitting right there. Ed Ingram was still there. Seattle still needs a lot of offensive line help. The quarterbacks, obviously, if they wanted to go that route. Is there even – what edge rushers are still available? David Ajabo's still on the board, right? No. Where did he go? David Ajabo. No, he hasn't been drafted yet. He's listed as a linebacker, right? Yeah, he's still on the board. Okay. Their second pick is in. What we got? Then we can get to the Colts. Kenneth Walker. Okay. That would have looked a little bit better had they taken. I don't know, man. Seattle's weird. I did want them to take a running back eventually. I think it makes sense. But let me just pull up my Kenneth Walker notes. I do really like him. He's actually my number 1 running back in this class. He's 5'10", 210 pounds. Very explosive. Great balance. Very elusive. No fumble issues to speak of. Willing blocker, but I think he could improve in that area. Very good acceleration, and actually for his size, he's very physical. Changes his run angle without having to slow down. Good instincts and vision. Solid stiff arm, very decisive. Shows some flashes as a receiving back, but just needs to get more production in that area. He actually shows some body control as well as a receiver. He just, again, needs to get more touches with that. And he actually has some game-breaking speed as well. He's no Tyreek Hill or anything, but he is really fast. And I think he is. This is the area where I think he should have gone. I think the Boye Mafe pick just makes this one look a little bit worse. But Kenneth Walker going there does work. And I think with Chris Carson's injury concerns, I think Kenneth Walker can step in day one and be a really good player for them. So I'm not necessarily mad at that. So the Colts are on the clock now, and they need to be looking at receivers. Sky Moore is still staring them right in the face. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor is their lead player on offense. They went and got Matt Ryan, Molly Cox, whatever at tight end. But Michael Pittman, Paris Campbell, and Ashton Doolin, and that's definitely something that they need to improve on. Their offensive line is still really solid. Their defense is looking good. They could probably look to improve the defense a little bit later. But I think going to get someone like a Sky Moore would make a lot of sense for the Colts right now. He is the best receiver available, in my opinion. If they want to take a similar area guy, like if they like George Pickens or another really good receiver, go for it. But I definitely do think that they need receiver help. That's just my opinion. Because Matt Ryan is going to need the weapons to throw to if they're going to be at all successful. So let's see what we got. Colts taking a while to make their pick. Could they be looking to trade down? They shouldn't. Because they got receivers on the board right now, and they need it. They need receiver help. Yeah, they still got Sky Moore, George Pickens if they like him, Bo Melton, John Mechie, Wendell Robinson. Oh, shit. The Vikings are on the clock. Well, damn. They traded it to the Vikings. Where the fuck are the Colts? Interesting. I guess that's why they were taking a while. Well, let's pull the Vikings depth chart back up. Yeah, they got Lewis Seen. Again, they need a guard. They can still use corner. Linebacker is a need for them. So Nakobe Dean would make sense. They got guys, man. Obviously, Ed Ingram at guard would make a lot of sense. So the Vikings got the 42nd pick and a 4th. Colts got a 53rd, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th. Huh. Okay. Maybe they're thinking that they want multiple receivers. I don't know. That's really what the Colts need at this point. They need playmakers. They could use a tight end as well. They straight up just need weapons for Matt Ryan to throw to. Because they got a running back. They got a solid offensive line. It could be improved. Really good defense. They get some weapons. I think they'll be fine. But that'll be I'll talk about that again later. Nakobe Dean would be a good fit for the Vikings. He'd be a good fit for anybody, to be honest. But, teams are going to be stupid and not draft him because he's 5'11". All right. What we got? Come on. Make the damn pick already. This ain't about you. This ain't your day, man. Exactly. This was your day 50 years ago. All right, man. Bro. Make the damn pick already. Come on, man. Are you really talking about Blue Mountain State right now? This is a good show. Thank God. Make the damn pick. Andrew Booth Jr., thank you. From Clemson. Make the damn pick. Anyway, so yeah, Andrew Booth Jr., 6 foot, 195 pounds, very competitive player, great at press coverage, limited starting experience though, that is a thing. Nuanced route runners also tend to give him some issues. Good ball tracking, good ball skills, a little bit grabby in coverage. He overreacts to fakes. Solid tackler, actually. Some quick feet, smooth back pedal. I think his mental processing and zone coverage could definitely use some help. I think he definitely has the speed you need. I think he's a solid man-to-man corner. A little bit raw, but I do like him. It's not a bad pick by any means. Let me pull up the Browns depth chart. But right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the Giants. They are next up. They took Thibodeau and Evan Neal yesterday, which is fucking crazy. So let's take a look at their needs now. They could use a linebacker, probably. Yeah, definitely inside linebacker. I think. Oh, damn. Are we getting right into it? Okay. Wendell Robinson. Okay. All right. Wendell Robinson. 5'11", 185 pounds. Wide receiver. Has some real dangerous speed to him. Can definitely do some gadget things for you, which is kind of weird because they already kind of have that in Kadarius Toney. But it could be interesting seeing them together. And he's actually, for his size, a pretty decent blocker as well. His route running definitely needs a lot of work. He's not very good at that. Not very good at contested catches either. He deals with press coverage pretty decently. Can line up in the slot and outside, but I think he's most likely going to be used as an extension of the run game. Good acceleration, good yak guy because of his speed. I think he could probably be a pretty good return guy for you as well. I kind of think that having him and Kadarius Toney is a little bit redundant. But it is what it is. Maybe they're not planning on re-signing Toney when the time comes. Maybe that's the thought. But let's go ahead and talk about the Browns. Who did they take again last night? That's right. They didn't have a first-round pick. There were so many teams that didn't have first-round picks last night. Oh, hey, Jess. So let's go ahead and take a look at their depth chart. They should be looking probably at a defensive tackle. They could probably use some edge as well. Definitely some wide receiver. They got Amari Cooper now. That's a good number one, but Donovan Peoples-Jones and Jakeem Grant, they could probably upgrade that. Their offensive line looks fine-ish. Could probably use a center. Yeah, probably defensive tackle. And Perion Winfrey is kind of staring them right in the face at the moment. But we'll see. Who they got? Oh, did we just get a trade? What the fuck? Okay, I guess the Texans are on the clock now. Well, the Texans need everything. Texans are ass. They need everything. They've taken Derek Stingley, Kenyon Green, and Jalen Petrie. They really need edge. Still really need offensive line. Someone like a Bernard Raymond could probably go here. Definitely need running back. Everybody besides Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall, they're all still on the board. So they can pretty much go anywhere and not miss. They could even surprise us and go quarterback, depending if they feel good about the guy they got last year, Davis Mills. Their pick is in, though. What we got? I'm going to go ahead and pull Baltimore up, though, so I can be ready to talk about them. Yeah, running back is definitely looking pretty spooky. Rex Burkhead and Marlon Mack, that ain't going to get it done. They still really need some receiver help, too. Brandon Cooks, Nico Collins, and Chris Conley. That's fucking atrocious. Texans are a mess. They could kind of throw a dart on the board and hit a position they need. And honestly, I still think they need safety help because Jalen Petrie, I think, was kind of a wash. So we'll see. God damn, can you announce the damn pick already? It's in. I'd like to be able to move on to Baltimore. John Mechie. Okay, that's not a bad pick. I just did mention that they need receiver. So he's 6 foot and 195 pounds. He did tear his ACL at the end of last year, so that is a concern. But a real speed threat, very, very dangerous game-breaking speed. So if he gets going, good luck catching him. It's not happening. He's actually a pretty decent route runner too, but he's mostly going to get yards after catch for you. Very good for gadget plays, being able to use him as an extension of the run. And actually, for being a smaller guy, he's a pretty good blocker as well. Not going to be very good at contested catches. He's very good about holding the ball through contact, though at times anyway. He also has trouble getting through traffic as well, so that is going to be a concern, especially in the red zone. Press coverage can absolutely be an issue for him, but I think he is going to be a solid developmental guy just with that speed alone. Interesting that Sky Moore is falling, though. I definitely think that Sky Moore is definitely better than John Mechie. John Mechie was my number 10 receiver. I have Sky Moore as my 7th, and he's still on the board, which is interesting. Let's take a look at the Ravens, though. Who did they take last night? I know the Ravens always draft. Oh yeah. They didn't have a pick either. Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. They had Kyle. Yeah, they had Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. Damn. Yeah, they always draft well though. Oh, damn, they could get Nakobe Dean right now and really piss me off. They're going to get two of my favorite players. Because the Ravens will absolutely go snatch him up. They could get David Ojabo, too. He's still on the board, and he would fit really well with the Ravens. Their pick is in. Let's pull up the Lions depth chart so I can have that ready. Who the fuck is that guy? The Lions right guard. How do you pronounce his right name? His first name. His right name. What the fuck? They can honestly still use receiver too. And Sky Moore would be interesting for them. It still wouldn't be that number one that they're looking for. They've really been looking for like a number one receiver since Steve Smith left. And really since Anquan Bolden. Because Steve Smith was really good, but he was older. Anything else? They could probably still use some more offensive line help. Ed Ingram would be pretty nasty with the Ravens. I'm not going to hold you. There's still a lot of good players on the board, man. A lot of talent. A lot of my favorite players still on the board, actually. Lions selection. David Ojabo. Fantastic pick. The Ravens are good at this, man. I'm telling you. The Ravens, they're always consistent, man. I think they're the best drafting team in the NFL. David Ojabo, though, he's 6'5" and 250 pounds. Some serious burst and speed to him. Great effort in the run game, but is a little bit raw in that regard. But he does squeeze well and can set the edge pretty decently. Great spin move, solid cloth pull. Little bit raw, but I think he's a pretty solid pass rusher. I think he fits very well as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I actually think he's a first-round talent. Does have some he did have some medical concerns, which is why I think he fell. But great tool bag. He has a really good tool bag, but I think he needs to do better at knowing which tools he needs to use and when. But a very good effort guy. Once he gets healthy, I think he's going to be fantastic for them. And I think he fits very, very well with the Ravens. So they got another amazing player. David Ojabo was my number 3 edge rusher. And they got my number 1 safety. Oh, man. And then my number 1 center. Fucking crazy. The Ravens are good at this shit. But let's take a look at the Lions. Yeah, they could be looking at quarterback maybe. I don't think so. I think they're probably just going to stick with Goff and build the house. Receivers definitely still a thing. They did get Jamison Williams, though. It's probably not. I wonder how they feel about DJ Shark. But pick is in. About to make their selection, so let's just go ahead and take a look at that. What's this dude saying? Josh Pascal. Okay. Okay. Me. Yeah, I think Josh Pascal, 6'2", 268 pounds. He is a little bit more of a raw player as well. He's a pretty decent edge rusher. I think this is definitely a little bit early for him. I had him as like a day 3 guy personally. Not a really big fan of this pick, but I just think he's kind of raw. So that's pretty much what that is. He does have some explosive hands. I just think he needs to get a little bit better at using them. But who am I? Let's take a look at Washington. Yeah, they got Jahan Dotson. Yeah, they do have. Let me take a look because they got McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, Jahan Dotson. So that's a pretty good receiving core. Diami Brown is a pretty good player as well. Logan Thomas, that seems fine at tight end. Antonio Gibson's pretty good. J.D. McKissick seems like a good number 2. Jarrett Patterson can play. Could probably use some offensive line help for sure. D-line looks solid. Could use some linebacker probably. Yeah, definitely linebacker. Probably use some corner. So I think they're probably going to stick with Carson at quarterback and just kind of build around him. But that is a pretty damn good receiving core already. I personally think that offensive line makes a lot of sense for Washington. Probably a guard. Ed Ingram is still there. Nakobe Dean, if they're looking for inside linebacker. And they definitely need defensive backs really bad. There's still some pretty good corners and safeties that can play as well. I think is Kyer Elam still available? I think he is. Let me take a look. No, he's not. We still got Kobe Bryant, Tariq Woolen, Marcus Jones. Yeah, corner's kind of getting kind of whack now. Safety, Jaquan Brisker, sure. Nick Cross is still there. Kirby Joseph. There's still a couple safeties. Yeah, tackle. We still got Bernard Raymond, Abraham Lucas. Nick from Ohio State. He's good as hell. Daniel Falile. Still got Kennard, Ed Ingram, Chris Paul. There's still some guys. About center. Cameron Jurgens, I guess. Donovan West. Luke Fortner, I think, is still pretty solid. There's still some pretty good players available. All right, pick is in for Washington. Sky Moore's still on the board, too, for teams needing a receiver. Not that Washington needs them, and they got receivers. If they have anything, they have receivers. All right, let's take a look. Jermaine Davis, yeah, they could probably do with a bit of an upgrade at some of these linebacker positions for sure. Again, Kobe Dean is still sitting right there. Let me take a listen to that. Fedarian Mathis. Okay. Okay, so he's 6'3" and 313 pounds. I think he can play 1 and 3. They're mostly playing 4-3 now. Okay. I had to take a look at their scheme. But I think he should probably play 3 tech most of the time. Maybe 1 tech on like passing downs if you want to go 3 defensive ends. Decent long arm, good hand fight. Doesn't stop, so definitely good motor. Has some burst to him. But he's not necessarily elite in that area. He's strong, but not necessarily elite in that area either. Versatility makes him a solid player. I think he can probably do some 3-4 defensive end things a little bit too. I think he's a solid backup for sure that can play a lot of different positions. But I definitely don't see him playing over Daron Payne or Jonathan Allen at any time. But I think he can step in for either one as a backup. So that is a thing. So that's probably what they were looking at. But I think they could have gotten a starter in like Nakobe Dean or Ed Ingram. But, hey, do your thing. Take a look at the Bears. Who's after the Bears? The Saints. Let's go ahead and pull them up, too. Just talk about the Bears right now. They haven't had a... Yeah, that's right. They got Kyler Gordon. All right. They still need offensive tackle and guard. Definitely still need receiver. Could use an inside linebacker. They really need to go receiver, though. Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, and Kwame St. Brown is horrible. Like, that being your receiving core is really bad. Daz Newsome and David Moore, they have some good depth guys, but they definitely need someone to be a number one. And I think Sky Moore can do that for now. Like, I don't think Sky Moore, I think, is actually a solid number two. But in this case, I think he would be a number one receiver for them. I feel like they have to go receiver. And it's starting to rain pretty hard out there, too. Fun. Pick is in for the Bears. Put my headphone in so I can listen in. All right, here we go. Jaquan Brisker, safety from Penn State. Okay. These receivers are falling, man. But you know what, though? It makes sense, kind of, because there is a bunch of receivers in this class. So maybe people are waiting to take them because they know that they can still get a solid one later. That makes sense. But the safeties are running out fast. That actually makes sense. Okay, so he's 6'1" and 200 pounds. He ran a 4.49 40. Mostly a strong safety, in my opinion. Some solid instincts, can tackle well, but doesn't really have the elite range of a free. But he does have burst in the box for sure. He's actually a pretty decent blitzer as well. He does have a tendency to stare down the quarterback and sometimes loses his receivers in coverage because of it. Route recognition is average, but not bad. Not super great in coverage, like I said, just because of some of those technique things. I see him mostly just a box safety, but a pretty decent one. He was my number 4 safety overall. So, not a bad pick by any means. Let me set up the Chiefs. They go after the Saints. Let's take a look at New Orleans. And they've taken, that's right. They don't have a whole lot of picks. After this pick, they don't have any until day 3 right now. They've taken Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. They could actually take a quarterback right now, and they pretty much have their pick besides Pickens, and they've helped get them an offensive lineman. It says tackle, but I think he's really a guard. And Chris Olave is a fantastic receiver. They have their pick, whether it be Matt Corral or Malik Willis. Or they could go defensive tackle. They do have a need there as well. They have Taysom Hill as a tight end. That's interesting. At least on ESPN's depth chart. I definitely think that they could probably still use offensive line. Maybe like a Bernard Raymond. But I guess if they're looking at Penning as a tackle, maybe they should be going guard. Even though I think they're wrong in that assessment. They could probably use a linebacker. But it's not their most pressing need in the world, I guess. But it's there. They still haven't made their pick. That's interesting. I wonder if they're hearing offers because they don't have any third-round picks. I was just looking at it, but I don't even think they have any fourths, do they? So maybe they are looking to trade back a little bit, get some more picks. Yeah. After this pick, they don't have any until the 5th. So maybe that's what they're looking for. Sorry about the rain outside. It's really coming down now. Let me actually see how I'm sounding now. Yeah, you can definitely hear it, but there's nothing I can do, obviously. It's fucking rain. I live in Florida. It just kind of is what it is. Man, they're really waiting until down to the wire. Either they're really stuck on a decision or they're looking for a trade. Only thing I can think of. Pick is in. Let's see what we've got. Pick is in. I think they should either go offensive line again or they should go, I don't know. If they want to stick with Jameis, I don't know. But they could draft a quarterback right now and develop him. Whether it be Matt Corral or Malik Willis or whoever else they want. If they like Sam Howell in that way. I forgot that they added Andy Dalton as a backup. So I got Jameis Winston, Andy Dalton, and Ian Book at quarterback. So I don't know. And I guess technically Taysom Hill. But I think he's like a full-time like tight end now. All right, Cam. Make the pick then. Lante Taylor. That is a super reach. So 6 foot, about 200 pounds. I think he's kind of raw, to be honest. I'm not really a big fan of the pick, to be quite honest with you. I think this is pretty damn early for him. But Saints don't necessarily always draft all that well. So it is what it is. Let me pull up the Eagles before I talk about the Chiefs. Of course, they did get Brown as well last night. The Eagles did. I feel like Kansas City's got to be going receiver, right? They're not actually wanting to go with Juju, Valdez-Scantling, and Mecole Hardman. It's not a terrible receiving core necessarily, but I definitely think they could do better than that. They could go linebacker as well. Boy, fuck, man. Nakobe Dean next to Nick Bolton would be insane. And then they got Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. That would basically just be rebuilding that defense. They would have a dope-ass new player at all three areas of the defense. Pick still isn't in, though. While they're waiting to make their pick, I'm going to go get a drink real quick. Oh, shit. Patriots traded up. All right. Man, if they're seeing the Kobe Dean on the board and jumping up for him, don't do it, New England. Go like corner or something. You need one. Don't get Kobe Dean. Don't do that to me. And they made their pick immediately too. So Kansas City moved back 4 spots and got a 5th round pick over. Interesting. I think Kansas City's probably looking for a receiver, and they know there's a bunch of them still on the board. All right, man. Let's get this Patriots pick, dude. How you gonna upset me? Oh, man. Damn, that rank's coming down hard. So the Eagles are already on the clock because how fast the Patriots ran to the podium. This feels like Nakobe Dean. Oh, here we go. Okay. What up, Ben? They should take, like, Jordan battle or something. I would like that. The Patriots did it, not us. All right. Okay. Okay. It's a bad pick. It's a bad pick. Okay. They traded up for that? All right, man. All right. Cool. He is fast as shit. Don't get it twisted. Okay, so Taekwon Thornton. I don't. Bad pick is he's not a bad player. I was just terrified that they were about to get Nakobe Dean. That's what that is. Let me clarify. So Taekwon Thornton, he's 6'2" and 181 pounds, and he ran a 4.28 40, blazing fast. Very good instincts. Not very good against press coverage, I will say. Contested catches can be a problem for him too. Very thin, but he's got good hands and good catch radius. Route tree is kind of limited. I think his route running is definitely lacking. But he's mostly just going to be a deep threat gadget guy. I think he could probably be a good return man as well with that speed. I had him more as a third rounder, but I do think he's a pretty good player just with that speed and that 6'2" frame. I do think he's probably going to need to get a little bit stronger, but I think with the NFL strength and conditioning program, I think that's bound to happen. But that speed is going to be an issue. But, boy, I thought they were going to get Nakobe Dean. And that just kind of scared me a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. All right, let's look at Philly. Yeah, they got Jordan Davis last night. They, of course, they traded for A.J. Brown as well. They're pretty much good at receiver now. They got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I think that's probably pretty good. They might want to take like a slot. Oh, no, Devontae Smith's really a slot receiver. If they want to take another guy like tomorrow just to be a number 3, that would make some sense. I think they could still draft offensive line, especially center. Really, it should be guard because they should put Landon Dickerson. My apologies. They should put Landon Dickerson at center. But I don't know. Man, they need linebacker as well. I don't really want to see Nakobe Dean go to the Eagles, but it is much, much better than the Patriots. And their pick is in. Let me go ahead and pull up the Steelers real quick. I can talk about them once the Eagles are done. Oh, man. Anything else I can kind of see? I could see probably a tackle. Edge rusher, probably. Brandon Graham's getting pretty old. Probably use a corner as an upgrade over Avonte Maddox. Maybe a safety. And those are running out very fast. But are people really passing up on Nakobe Dean because his titty hurts? Is that what this is? I don't give a damn about that pec. Even if he can't play right away, that's okay. Yeah, that group of picks isn't great. The Fedarian Mathis one, that one's okay. Actually, Jawan Brisker's fine, I guess, too. Damn, come on. Bring in the pick. We are more than halfway through the second round now, which is fun. All right. Let's hear this. All right. Cameron Jurgens. Okay. Still kind of weird to me that they're drafting a center because I think Landon Dickerson is a much better center than Cameron Jurgens. I think you could have moved him to center and then drafted a guard and gotten someone like Ed Ingram. But it is what it is. He's a pretty good player. I just think it's weird for the Eagles situation. And I definitely had centers above him that are still available. But it is what it is. I had Donovan West and Luke Fortner both above him. But whatever. Let me take a look at the Steelers now and also get the Colts ready. Colts need to go receiver and stop playing. The Steelers could also go receiver. They got Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and Miles Boykin. That is gross. But they also really need offensive line, and Ed Ingram is staring them in the face. So I don't know. Steelers pretty much need an entire offense. Their pick is in. George Pickens. The Steelers put their nuts on the table. Very, very talented player. He was being held back by some character concerns. But he's 6'3" and 200 pounds. Solid blocker, actually, when he wants to be. But sometimes he chooses when he doesn't want to block. Has some speed to him for sure. But very, very solid body control. Really, really good deep threat. Route running isn't fantastic, but that's not what you're really going to be asking him to do. But his hands are really, really good. He did have an ACL tear as well, but I really do like him as a player. I think he's a very good deep threat, contested catch guy. And, you know, them losing Juju, I think it makes sense getting George Pickens. And you also drafted Kenny Pickett in the first round, so getting a receiver to kind of help him out makes sense. But like I said, he did have an ACL tear that limited him this year. And there are apparently a lot of maturity concerns with him as well, which I think is really what held him down. He's definitely a first-round talent. But, like, there were a lot of reports of, like, receiver coaches saying that they straight up would not draft him. And the Colts have just taken Alec Pierce, who I don't think he's as good as George Pickens, but I think he is safer just because he doesn't have those character concerns. But he's 6'3" and 213 pounds, and he sinks his hips nice and low, deals with press coverage very well, some pretty long arms to him, solid body control and ball tracking, really good contested catch guy. Not the greatest route tree in the world, but like I said, he does sink his hips nice and low, so I think he could become a much better route runner. Some solid feet. I definitely think as a route runner, he definitely has upside. He doesn't have elite speed, but he's not necessarily slow either. I seen him more as like a late third, early fourth round pick. I think this is a little bit early for him. But the Colts absolutely needed receiver. It's crazy to me that people are passing up on Sky Moore. The Steelers going George Pickens isn't so bad if you're not afraid of the character concerns. I think Sky Moore and George Pickens are on similar levels of skill, just depending on the type of receiver you're looking for. But Alec Pierce is just not straight up not as good as Sky Moore. But I also know that a lot of people are much higher on him than I am. So, I don't know. Kansas City. Yeah, I just got done talking about them. So, again, receiver is still a need for them. They absolutely do need receiver. And like I said, linebacker, if they get Nakobe Dean next to Nick Bolton, that is going to be scary. Let me go ahead and pull up the Cardinals and Cowboys. Because I just got done looking at the Chiefs step chart. I don't need to look at it again. And Ed Ingram is still available as well. I know Dallas needs a guard. But we'll talk about Kansas City first. I just want to go ahead and pull them up. Their pick is in. On a commercial break, though. Not gonna lie though, this does kind of suck not having picks. It is what it is. Tomorrow might be more entertaining as well. We got at least 3 picks tomorrow. Got 1 5th rounder and 2 7ths. Kind of tough to be a Dolphins fan during this draft. Especially because our track record as a drafting team isn't necessarily the best either. So I'm not even sure if we're going to be capitalizing well off those few picks we do have. So we'll see. By the way, if this stream cuts out, it's because the weather knocked me out. So just be warned. But I do plan on sticking around until that Dolphins pick at least. If we trade it away, I'm going to be kind of upset. Kind of. Because I also wouldn't mind having some more picks tomorrow. I kind of feel like this is going to be Nakobe Dean. The Chiefs draft pretty damn well. And putting him next to Nick Bolton in that 3-4 scheme would be fucking crazy. They're both such intelligent linebackers. Nakobe Dean is literally a more athletic Nick Bolton. Sorry. The mic picked that up. Damn, come on. All right, here we go. Hi, Tony Gonzalez. There's Sky Moore. Chiefs know how to draft. So I've been talking about him for every. Are we going to see a run on receivers? Is that what we're about to see? If you're familiar with Jeff Kavanaugh, he is another YouTuber, football YouTuber. Very much value his opinion as well. Cowboys guy. He is even higher on Sky Moore than I am. He's 5'10" and 195 pounds. 4'4", 140. Very solid ball skills. Great at contested catches. Solid route running, but not elite. But very, very tough-ass player. Solid burst to him. His speed is really, really good, but not necessarily on that elite level. But his toughness paired with his athleticism makes him a very fun prospect. Also in the combine, he was really good in the gauntlet drill, so that's a thing. To me, he was the best receiver still on the board. So shout out to the Chiefs for another good pick. The Cardinals pick is already in. They got Will Hernandez. I forgot about that. They could probably improve their guard position. Looks like they're running a 3-4. They could definitely use an edge for sure. They could probably go running back as well. They could use some corner help. All right, Cardinal selection. Trey Mcbride. That's a great pick. He's my tight end number 1. I think he's a very good player. Trey Mcbride, I don't even need to look at my notes for this. He was someone I was really wanting for the Dolphins. He is probably the most balanced tight end in this class. He's 6'3", 246 pounds. Very, very strong-ass player. Probably the best blocking tight end in this draft. Really gets hands on people very well. He's not necessarily the most athletic guy in the world, but for a tight end and with his lack of athleticism, his route running is actually okay, and he's got very, very consistent hands. I think he's a fantastic blocking tight end that also gives you very good value as a receiving target. Some really solid body control as well. So just a really, really good pick by the Cardinals. Cardinals draft pretty well usually too. So that's the thing. Pull up the Bills depth chart so I can have that ready. But right now it's the Cowboys. And they really need guard help, not necessarily tackle. They really need a guard. I don't know if they're going to put Tyler. Well, Tyler Smith really should be a guard, to be fair. So I don't know if they're going to want to double up and go with like Ed Ingram here. They could probably use a linebacker. And Nakobe Dean is staring them in the face, and putting him next to Micah Parsons would be absolute insanity. I don't know. I don't know. They could probably look at receiver too. Take a look at that. They got CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup. That's a pretty good 1 and 2. But I think they could definitely do better than James Washington as their third receiver. Noah Brown's okay. Simi Fehoko, I'm not a big fan of. TJ Vasher, I'm not a big fan of. So that, yeah. They're probably going to want to look at receiver at some point. But my thing is that there's a lot of receivers in this class. I think they can go get a decent receiver tomorrow. But linebacker and offensive line is going to run out much faster. Ugh. Foch is going to be pissed. Sam Williams. Man. What's going on with Dallas? They're using a great – it's like them and the Jets have reversed. The Jets are drafting well, and Dallas forgot how to draft. So Sam Williams, he's 6'4", and 261 pounds, and he's not necessarily a bad player. It's just Nakobe Dean is right there. You know what I'm saying? So he ran a 4.46 40. Mental processing is lacking a little bit. Not very physical. Doesn't really set the edge well. Solid speed and burst. Active hands. Has some bend to him. Has some tools, but doesn't really rush with a plan. I see him more as a 3-4 outside linebacker. Definitely, I seen him as like a developmental, like mid-day 3 guy, like a 5th rounder, to be honest. Tampa traded up a Buffalo? Okay. So, yeah, they went – yeah, that's right. They got Logan Hall. Man, they still need a guard, and Ed Ingram is still there. They need a defensive tackle. Really, it's not even a defensive tackle. They really need a 3 – well, they need edge, actually. That's right. Because actually what they needed, it wasn't like a nose tackle. They needed a 3-4 defensive end, which they actually got in Logan Hall. So now they need an edge rusher. But I think guard is what would also be really good. And I think at some point, tight end should be something that gets addressed by them. But that should probably be tomorrow. Pick is in. Ugh. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but we're on commercial break. I want my pick, man, but it's not going to be for forever. I don't know if you can hear it, but my little brother is watching through Avatar: The Last Airbender. I actually watched it with him already, but he's watching it again with his friend, which is fun. Definitely had to show him that. No quarterback needy teams coming up. Still all the damn quarterbacks still on the board. I'm not going to hold you either. For the teams wanting to wait until next year to take a quarterback, I feel you if you're trying to build the house first. But if you're just waiting until there's a better draft class, so far from what I've seen, the quarterbacks next year aren't looking that crazy either. I know how C.J. Stroud is getting a lot of hype. I don't think C.J. Stroud is that good from what I've seen. I've watched quite a bit of him, watching Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, and I'm not really a big fan of him. But anyway, two were at the Bucks too. No one cares it's your birthday, my guy. Okay, so they go and get a tackle. Ibidiki, offensive lineman. So he is another tight end turned tackle. He's 6'5" and 312 pounds. Interesting that he went before Raymond. That's interesting. So he's a tight end turned tackle and then guard. He's got some pretty short arms. He has a tendency to lunge. Spin counters absolutely kill him. He struggles with gap exchanges. Decent hands. Keeps his feet moving through contact. He has the strength necessary, and I think he has a good anchor. I think he actually handles power decently. I seen him as mostly like a fifth rounder. I think this is definitely a reach. It's interesting. And if they're looking at him as a tackle, I definitely don't think he really has the feet to be an NFL tackle. That's why they moved him to guard at Central Michigan. I'm not really a big fan of that move. Let me take a look at the Falcons step chart. Again, all the quarterbacks are still sitting right there. They went and took Drake London in the first yesterday and Arnold Ibidiki earlier today. So I don't know. Atlanta's kind of interesting. They could finally be a team to take a damn quarterback. I don't necessarily think so. I think they're probably just going to build around Mariota. They could probably use a tackle. Bernard Raymond is still there, I guess. Daniel Falile, if they're really big on him, I guess he still exists. The pick is in though. Let me look at my position rankings for tackle. Yeah, Max Mitchell's still there, but he's probably more so day 3. Yeah. All right. Work done announcing the pick. Troy Anderson, I wasn't expecting linebacker from them. Let me pull that up. Okay, so he's 6'3" and 243 pounds, ran a 4.4 240. A lot of people seem to be bigger fans of him than I was. I think his instincts need a little bit of work. Linebacker IQ definitely needs to improve. I think he's a little bit indecisive. Speed makes him a pretty good blitzer, though. He used to be a quarterback, so he hasn't been playing linebacker that long. But he is a pretty good downhill hitter. Does make some bad tackle angles at times. I don't really like him in coverage, but he does have the athleticism to improve in that area. He doesn't deal with trash well at all. I think he's probably going to be a special teams guy, honestly. That's how I had him marked, at least until he improves his skills. I guess I don't even know what to do with him because his athleticism makes me want to put him at will, but his mental processing isn't there to play will, and he doesn't deal with trash well enough to put him at Sam, and you kind of need to be good at both of those things to play Mike. So I'm not really a big fan of him. Falcons doing Falcons things. He is athletic, and he does have upside, but right now I'm not a really big fan of him. Vikings. I feel like I've been talking about the Vikings a lot. Let's talk about the Vikings. Yeah, they got Lewis Seen and Andrew Booth, so 2 DBs. They still need a guard, still need linebacker. Okay, they're getting this pick out quick. They gonna announce it quick? Yep. Damn! Ed Ingram. Yes, 6'3", 307 pounds. I don't need my notes for this dude. This guy's fantastic. Powerful as hell. Can move really well. Great hands. Great feet. Has some anger to him. He is a fantastic guard. He should have been long gone by this point. I had him as like a borderline first rounder to me, like early second. Vikings just made an amazing pick. What were their other picks? So far. Let me pull that up. I feel like they've had a damn good draft. Yeah. Well, actually, it's not that crazy. Lewis Seen and Andrew Booth. Ed Ingram just made it pop. But that's fantastic. He should have been long gone. So Buffalo is now on the clock. Damn, that distracted me. Let me pull up the Bills depth chart again. So they took Kyer Elam, that's right, last night. Could probably use some more receiver help. Stephon Diggs, obviously great. Gabriel Davis and Jamison Crowder, they're fine, but I think they could probably upgrade that. Running back, not really. Could probably use some offensive line, definitely guard. Yeah. Probably either receiver or offensive line would be a good thing for Buffalo. Kobe Dean's still on the damn board, though. And all the damn quarterbacks, just about. Oh, Bengals are on the clock now. This is a fucking whirlwind. All right, let me take a look at the Bengals. They said that the Bengals, this would be the first time them being on the clock of this draft. But that's not true. They drafted Daxton Hill last night. But okay. They could probably. Oh man, they could go get Nakobe Dean. They need a linebacker. They definitely do. They could probably use a center. I hope they don't go center because I want some to fall. They could probably use a defensive tackle. Yeah, well, they got Tyler Shelvin and BJ Hill. They're actually fine there. Tyler Shelvin just needs an opportunity. Damn. And the Bengals pick is in. Let me pull up the 49ers. Meantime. Wouldn't be shocked if Deebo Samuel gets traded either tonight or tomorrow. They're good at receiver. They could probably look at a backup running back at some point. Could definitely still use some offensive linemen. I'm not a big fan of Jackson Carman. I think Alex Kappa could also be upgraded. And that was really what hurt Cincinnati in the playoffs. That in defense. I'm telling you, whoever does draft Nakobe Dean is going to be extremely elated to have him. And Kansas City scares me at 30. Well, at 62, actually. 30th pick of the second round. But yeah, the Bills have been trading back quite a bit. I still think they could go offensive line. I think they could still use a guard over Jackson Carman. Yeah. I think that's a little bit early. I think it's a little bit early for Cam. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, they do have some need at corner though. Excuse me. ESPN's depth chart has Daxton Hill as a corner. He is a safety. But anyway. So yeah, let's take a look at the Niners now. Don't think they've had a pick yet. No, they have not. That's right. We had their pick. They could probably use some corner. They could definitely use a guard. Maybe some receiver. Running back's always good for them. Safety, maybe. They're good at linebacker. Is Brees Hall of the Jets going to announce this pick? What the fuck's going on? Yeah, the Jets have drafted fantastic, though. Let me let my cat out real quick. I'm back. All right, man. Brees Hall was taken forever ago. Let's go. God damn. They are building a nice little young team, though. AFC East is going to be interesting. The Jets are actually building how I would prefer to be building instead of through free agency and trades. I'd rather do it through the draft. I think that's how you get longevity. It's how the Bills did it too, for the most part. I think with everything, it should be a good balance. I think you should build most of your team through draft and then make strategic moves with free agents and trades. Like, look at the Bills, right? Most of their cornerstone players are players that they drafted, but then they go and trade for Stephon Diggs. That just kind of sends them over the top and makes them a competitor. That's just my thought. And even like the Chiefs, right? I mean, they've drafted Pat Mahomes. They drafted, Tyreek Hill, who was a part of that little great group of players. Travis Kelce, like all their cornerstone players are people that they drafted. And then they go and get people like Frank Clark and Tyrann Mathieu, like strategic moves. Drake Jackson. So yeah, he's 6'4", 255 pounds. Definitely has some athleticism to him. Doesn't really rush with much of a plan. Active hands, but they're not necessarily targeted. I think he's very raw, relies too much on his athleticism. USC had a tendency to put him inside when they really shouldn't be. I think he's more of a 3-4 outside linebacker, in my opinion. Swipes hands down sometimes, pulls down on hands sometimes. Could be really good if he develops a plan a little bit better. I do think he's pretty patient in the run game and squeezes sometimes. Some pretty long arms. Decent little spin move that's starting to flash. I think he's just another really raw talent. He definitely has a lot of needs a lot of work. I think he could afford to get a little bit stronger. Definitely has some bend to him. He is a high effort guy. It's not an effort issue. He's just very raw. So Kansas City. Let me refresh this. And Kobe Dean is right there. They could go running back, but they've gotten a lot of their major needs already. Oh, he's getting right into it. Okay, Brian Cook. That's a decent pick. Yeah, they are going heavy defense, though, which makes sense. So he's 6'1" and 206 pounds. Very, very confident player. Has the athleticism you're looking for sure, as well as the physicality. Can cover tight ends, can play box safety. He doesn't necessarily have the range you're looking for to necessarily be a free, but I think he can be a really good strong. I think he can cover half the field. You just don't want him as a single high. I think he needs to react a little bit faster, and I think his mental processing could use a little bit of work. I think he also needs to run through contact a little bit more consistently and, get away from trash. Very intelligent player, though, that I think does have a lot of upside. I seen him as like an early day 3, so somewhere early 4th round. So I think it's a little bit early. But also a lot of safeties are really coming off the board. So I can see going to get him now. So may refresh this. So Buffalo's still only taking Kaiir Elam so far. They still need offensive line, in my opinion, guard and tackle. I think receiver is something that they could definitely look to improve on, maybe even running back. Probably not really running back, but definitely I think receiver and offensive line is the main things for them. Obviously, Stephon Diggs is great, but I think they could improve the support receivers a little bit. So that's my opinion. And their pick is in. Good. They're actually picking. Okay. Come on. Make sure I'm still sounding okay. No, I'm not done. Not even close. Sorry, there was someone knocking. Pick is in. They have made some pretty good moves. Roger stuff. Can't remember how to pronounce their guard's name. But also, of course, Von Miller, OJ Howard. But I definitely think they could use some receiver help and definitely offensive line. Let's see what they got. I think they could really benefit from having a solid number 2 receiver. And there's still some pretty good players available. Let me unmute that. Stevie Johnson. He was damn good. He's a very underrated receiver. James Cook. Big fan of James Cook. I didn't think he was going to go this early, though. All right. So, yeah, he's 5'11", 190 pounds. Definitely a smaller running back. But real dangerous speed and burst. I'm a big fan of him. He was my number 4 running back. Isaiah Spiller is still there, which is interesting. But a lot of like real dangerous game speed and burst. Very, very shifty. And actually for his size, he's actually a decent blocker too. Not afraid of contact either. He doesn't fumble. Really solid receiving threat. Very good moves to get space. Hasn't really been a bell cow back, which, I mean, there's good parts and bad parts. Obviously, that means that he isn't used to getting a bunch of hits throughout a season, but that also means he hasn't taken a bunch of hits. So you kind of take that out how it is. Obviously, him being 190, like I said, he's not afraid of contact, but he's not necessarily super powerful. You're not really expecting him to be. But he has really good vision and patience. Man, that's a damn good pick for me. And then pairing him with Devin Singletary and Zach Moss. And, oh, man, they got Duke Johnson too, man. That running back group is terrifying. Oh, and he is Dalvin Cook's brother as well. So that is the thing. Denver really needs a linebacker, huh? And Kobe Dean is staring them in the face. Elvis Dumerville is another really underrated player as well. I appreciate that. Nick Benito? Okay. He's not a bad player, but so he's an edge rusher, 6'3", 240 pounds. He ran a 4.54 40, so a pretty fast edge rusher. Good length and flexibility. Does have a tendency to jog a little bit, which is something I'm not a fan of. Doesn't really set the edge well. Doesn't rush with much of a plan at all consistently. Tool bag is pretty limited. He kind of just utilizes his athleticism to win. I honestly seen him as like a developmental, like 5th or 6th round player. I'm not really a big fan of Nick Benito. It just kind of is what it is. But moving on to the 3rd round now, and we've got Jacksonville on the clock. Take a look at the Jaguars depth chart. They took Taekwon Walker and Devin Lloyd. That's right. And they had traded away their 2nd round pick to Tampa. So, but really, you can almost see Devin Lloyd as their 2nd round pick, really. But definitely could use a center, actually. Maybe some corner. And they could be better at receiver. I think they can definitely upgrade Zay Jones. And Christian Kirk and Marvin Jones isn't incredible, but there isn't anyone better than them available. But I think you can get some value over Zay Jones. There's definitely some centers better than Tyler Shatley. But I hope they don't do that because I want some centers to fall. Tired. Well, damn, if they're doing a whole damn musical, I'm going to go get another drink. They still ain't make their pick. Damn. I went to the bathroom, too. Damn, Luke Fortner. that was a guy I was like praying in my head that he would fall. He's a damn good player. So he's 6'4", 307 pounds. From everything I hear, great leader, very good length, good hands, decent athlete actually, but not elite. Makes all the calls at the line. Does have a tendency to lean sometimes, but I think he has the strength necessary. I think he's a really solid day one starter for you. So shout out to you. I definitely wanted him in there to beat out Michael Dieter. But and he is a center, by the way, for sure. Like not you don't even have to think about it. Okay. That was fast. Brian. All right, Brian Asamoah, 6 foot, 226 pounds. He ran a 4.56 40. Very explosive, bursty player. Decent actually at reading keys. Angles can be a bit sloppy though, but a very aggressive player. He does have a tendency of not staying in his gap and trying to do too much. He needs to finish his tackles a little bit better too. Doesn't necessarily deal with trash very well. I think he needs a decent defensive line to be great. Has the athleticism to be good in coverage, but definitely needs development in that area. I see him as a pretty decent developmental guy. I think he's probably going to be more of a will linebacker for you just because I don't think he deals with trash very well yet. But it's not a terrible pick from the Vikings. Giants. It is crazy taking him over Nakobe Dean. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. These teams are stupid. I'm sorry. These scouts are stupid. Unless he, like, robbed somebody, and I don't know. This is why you get, like, late round steals, because teams suck at this. Clear example. Giants suck at this. Jordan is... Joshua Izudu is trash, bro. That ain't it, my guy. That is not it. The Browns haven't picked? I guess not. They got 3 in the third round, though. They could use some edge rusher for sure. Could definitely do with some receiver help. They could use a center, but there really ain't that many of them left. Could use some defensive tackle help. I think edge is probably going to be a good spot for Cleveland. They could probably wait to take a receiver at this point. That would be my suggestion at this point. Who's after Cleveland? And their pick is N. It's the Titans after them. Okay. Titans depth chart. Get that ready. Ugh. Tired. Luckily, I don't work tomorrow, so it'll just be the draft. Pretty much all I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, they could definitely use a center. Let me see what's available at center at this point because I want to know for the Dolphins too. We still got Donovan West, who's a decent player. Not really a big fan of Alec Lindstrom. Yeah, Donovan West is the last center that's worth a damn, in my opinion. Any other offensive line? Yeah. We still got Bernard Raymond. Oh, yeah, there's still offensive linemen. There's actually still some tackles. You still got Bernard Raymond. Abraham Lucas is okay. Daniel Falile is there. Nick is still there. He's still a really good player. What about guard? Yeah, Darren Kennard's still there. He's decent. You got the Georgia guys. They got Chris Paul, Cade May. Yeah, there's still some linemen. There's just only one center really left, in my opinion. He's not great, but he's there. Is there a pick in? Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I keep yawning. It's also kind of tough to stay that invested with waiting so long for my team. It is what it is, though. All right, come on. Martin Emerson. Okay. 6'2", 200 pounds from Mississippi State. Footwork needs some improvement. Lacks the elite speed to catch up when he makes mistakes. Technique is pretty much non-existent, but he is a very competitive, explosive player. Good in press coverage, good tackler, strong hands. Can actually play some safety, but lacks the mental processing to do that with any kind of consistency. I see him more as just a big nickel corner, in my opinion. I seen him as like a 5th or 6th round talent guy. Not really a massive fan of him. Let's talk about the Titans. Yeah, they could probably use a guard. And there's plenty of them. I was just talking about that. There's still plenty of guards available. So, They could use tight end. Only Trey McBride's gone off the board. There's still plenty of them. But Austin Hooper's fine. I don't think they need to take tight end right now. Also, at this point, I don't really want the Dolphins to take a tight end. With our limited picks, I really didn't even want a tight end, but I was willing to make an exception for Trey McBride. And now that he's gone, I don't really want one. All right, my guy, let's make the pick now. Damn, Titans, they get Nick. God damn, that's a fantastic pick. Yeah, he's fantastic. 6'5", 316 pounds. Very, very good player. Good hands, good feet. Got plenty of strength. I think he's definitely a tackle. Very, very good value there. I was thinking they would be looking more for a guard. But in my opinion, he was the best offensive lineman still left. All right, so Jacksonville, they've got Taekwon Walker, Devin Lloyd, and Luke Fortner. That's a fantastic haul so far. They definitely need some receiver help. I'll still say, and they could probably use some corner as well. Still plenty of guys available in those spots. Let me actually take a look at their available receivers still. We've still got Jalen Tolbert, Calvin Austin, David Bell, if you're a big fan of him, Khalil Shakir, Ellis Jones, Bo Melton, Justin Ross, I guess, Danny Gray, Kevin Austin, if you like him. There's still a lot of guys. Chad Muma, the linebacker. I wasn't expecting that. Another linebacker going ahead of Nakobe Dean. That is interesting, though, pairing Chad Muma with Devin Lloyd. Those are two athletic guys. So 6'3", 242 pounds, very high-effort player, solid coverage, has the speed to be a good player. I don't think his mental processing is nearly as good as Devin Lloyd's, though. But he's a solid tackler, deals with trash pretty well. Looks a little bit stiff when the ball is thrown behind him, so that is a thing. And I think his mental processing is pretty solid. It's just not there with Devin Lloyd. He's a pretty cool player. He's a cool player. And it really helps improve that linebacking core for sure, pairing him up with Devin Lloyd. But Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean is insane if you were to do that. Like, this is cool. But we got the Bears now. Bears depth chart. So far we've had Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker, so that's not bad. I still think they need offensive line. They really, really need receiver. Their receiving core is terrible. And their whole offensive line outside of Tevin Jenkins is pretty bad too. Their center situation isn't the worst, but they really need to go either offensive line or receiver. There's still some really good guys available. I'd probably go offensive line right now just because I think you can get receiver later. honestly, with what the Bears receiving core is looking like, I think they should probably double dip at receiver. All right, the Bears pick is in. Let me go ahead and get ready for Seattle. I actually think the Colts should probably double up at receiver too. Or they should go tight end. They do need some weapons. Seattle can still go quarterback too. All right, Bears selection. All right, there you go. Go receiver. All right, so he's 6 foot and 200 pounds. He lines up outside sometimes, but I think he's mostly going to be a slot guy. Willing blocker, but he's not necessarily the greatest at it. Good head fake, quick feet, some solid yak because of his quick feet. And he realizes when he doesn't have to do too much with his routes. Like if he knows a defender is giving him space, he's not going to go crazy. He's just going to run his route normally, which is good. Solid speed and burst to him. Bit of a body catcher, which is something I want to see him work on. But a really, really solid route runner. I seen him as probably an early day 3, somewhere probably in the 4th. But I think he's a really good player. And he's actually a pretty good return guy as well. So that is a thing. Seattle could go quarterback here. Getting into Seattle now. Man, I don't know. Yeah, quarterback. They could go linebacker. So far, they've had Charles Cross and William Mafe, Kenneth Walker. That's not bad. They could use edge as well. Well, actually, no. Yeah. They're actually good there. They got Boy. Yeah, I think quarterback, corner, or linebacker would probably be best. But honestly, if Seattle is smart here, they should either go Nakobe Dean or quarterback. But I don't know what the fuck's going on with Nakobe Dean. I'll tell you what, if he fucking falls, I would sprint to the fucking podium. I don't even care if you need a linebacker or not. At this point, it's just crazy value. Did he rob somebody? I know he's 5'11", and I know his titty hurts, but goddamn. Seattle's pick. Yep, Seattle's pick is in. Let me check what's going on Twitter. I'm looking at Bodge's tweets. He's pissed. I'm definitely gonna go watch the replay of his streams. I'll probably watch it in the morning. I'm probably not gonna watch it tonight. I'm dead ass tired. I'm probably going to bed once this is over. But what are the Dolphins saying? It is posting our picks. Okay, I got you. And there's really nobody I would trade up for at this point. All right, here we go. Abraham Lucas. That's actually a pretty damn good pick. All right, build the house then, Seattle. All right, then. So he's 6'6" and 315 pounds. He ran a 4.92 40. He does play a little bit too upright. I want to see him bend his knees a little bit better. But he's very patient in pass pro. He does need some tight end help against super athletic players. I think you might want to move him to guard because I don't think his feet are necessarily that great. False start penalties are an issue. But he's definitely got the strength, and he definitely has finish. Hands are pretty solid. But I think he's like a developmental guard, in my opinion, that can sort of play tackle, but I'm just not a big fan of his feet. But I do like him as a player. So. Let's talk about the Colts a little bit. I still think they might want to just double dip it at receiver because I'm not a big. Well, I won't say I'm not a big fan of Alec Pierce because I do like Alec Pierce, but I think they could probably get enough. Well, I guess they can. Oh, they have 2 third-rounders, and they got 2 fifths. So yeah, they can wait to take another receiver. They should probably go tackle here then, because tackles are going to be gone tomorrow. All right, their pick is in. Jelani Woods, tight end. Oh, that's a good pick. That is a good pick. I said the tight end might be a good one because they need weapons. He's 6'7", 259 pounds, and he ran a 4.6 140, a very athletic tight end. And just him being that fast with that kind of speed and that size is just crazy. Needs to get a little bit stronger. Also needs to improve as a blocker, but he's very physical in the passing game. Boxes people out very well. His hands need a bit of work, both as a pass catcher and as a blocker. But I think he's a mismatch for defenders. He's very good at getting yak with his strength and speed. And he's also not a very good route runner. But I seen him as a pretty solid early day 3 guy just because of tight end value. But for the Colts situation, this makes a lot of sense. This was a very good pick for the Colts. Oh, quarterback Desmond Ridder. I said that'd be some Falcon shit. All right, Desmond Ridder. So he's 6'4" and 215 pounds. I actually watched him last year too because I thought he would come out last year. Has some mobility to him, but he's definitely no Lamar Jackson. He ran a 4.5 40, so you can definitely do some design QB runs with him, and he can definitely scramble. Throws very well on the move, can extend plays, really solid arm strength. Loves to throw the deep ball. Mechanics show flashes, but they're inconsistent. He's very comfortable throwing from the pocket or on the outside. Nice pump fake. That's one thing I noticed right away. He does have a tendency to run when he doesn't need to sometimes, and he also has a bad habit of throwing bullets when he doesn't need to. Like when a receiver is just like 2 yards in front of him, he'll throw bullets instead of putting a little bit more touch on it. So I want to see him work on that. He doesn't really throw with a whole lot of touch, to be honest. He's shown the ability to do it. It's just not consistent. His decision-making definitely needs to improve. Accuracy, also pretty inconsistent. He also has a tendency to hold the ball too long. Also with his arm, he has a tendency to overthrow people and throw it a little bit too high. But one thing for sure with him is that fumble issues are a big concern. That's something he has to improve on. Also, his ball placement isn't that great either. He'll throw it to a guy, but not necessarily always get them in a position where they're going to get yak. So there are definitely a lot of things I want to see him improve on. Houston just traded up. All right, let's take a look at Houston. They got Derek Stingley, Kenyon Green, Jalen Petrie, John Mechie. Okay. They could use an edge. I still think they could use a tackle. And they really need running back. But they also have the second pick in the fourth round, so I'd probably take your running back there. So we'll see. Pick is in for the Texans, though. It's hot as hell in here. All right, let's go. Now let's announce the pick. Like, I'm glad that we got a quarterback because regardless, quarterbacks getting drafted makes things a little bit more fun. And we don't need a quarterback, so it lets more people slide. The Texans should take one too. Fuck Davis Mills. I actually don't care about Davis Mills. I just want them to take a quarterback. Christian Harris, linebacker. All right, so he's 6'2" and 232 pounds. Pretty solid blitzer. Deals with trash pretty well. Can cover tight ends well in man. Kind of lines up all over, though. Good effort. Angry player. Hits hard. Quickness makes him pretty solid in coverage. I don't want him in coverage all game, though. I want to see him doing a lot of different things. Misdirection can kind of beat him. He dodges blocks very well, but if someone does get a hold of him, he does have a hard time getting off of him. I kind of see him soar as like, I think he can play any linebacker position. I think, honestly, what are the Texans running right now? Let me look at their depth chart. All right, they look like they're running a 4-3. Okay. Christian Kirksey's probably going to be their Sam. You can line him up at Mike or Will and be fine. But again, Nakobe Dean's there. I don't know what's going on with Nakobe Dean. All right, let's talk about the Ravens. They've had a great draft, like they usually do. Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. They could use... Man. They can still go get fucking Nakobe Dean. If they get my top center, safety, and linebacker, that'll be insane. And my number 3 edge. That'd be insane. Fucking Baltimore. Why does Baltimore have to be so good at drafting? It's upsetting. I think they are the best drafting team in the league. I definitely do. All right, pick is in for Baltimore. They get Nakobe Dean, I'm going to be upset. But then again, they deserve it because they clearly actually watch film, and the other 31 teams aren't as consistent with it. So they deserve good drafts because they clearly actually watch film. Let me get the Colts ready too while I'm waiting, I guess. Okay. Yeah, Malik Willis sliding is kind of, well, the quarterback in general, Matt Corral as well. But Nakobe Dean is the weird one. All right. Come on. How are the Ravens about to piss me off? About to hurt my feelings. It's that man again. I feel like every draft, the Ravens just fucking rob me of my soul a little bit. And when we play them. And they're always in the way when we're trying to make the playoffs, too. Fucking Ravens. They're not even in their division. I feel like they're a rival. Travis Jones has another damn good pick. God damn it, Ravens. I didn't really want him, to be fair. Just because I wasn't really looking at a nose, but he's a very good player. 6'4", 326 pounds. Very good senior bowl. Decent swim move, actually. So he actually can give you some pass rush. Swipes hands down pretty nicely. Has some control to him for sure. Very strong, powerful hands. Actually can play a little bit of 3-tech, but you're really going to want him playing nose. I actually had him more of as a 1-tech and a 4-3, but he can absolutely play 0 and a 3-4. That's a great pick for the Ravens. He's a really solid nose. I think he could probably even do some 3-4 defensive end things, but he really should just be a 0 if you're going to be using him in any way. Yeah, and they do have a need there. So. All right. Colts with Bernard Raymond. That was fast. So yeah, Bernard Raymond, pretty quick feet, good hands ish. Definitely lacking power for sure. Feet really not that great. I don't really want him playing guard at all because I just don't see him getting much stronger because he was already a tight end, and I don't know. But a good pick for the Colts overall. It's not a bad pick, especially in this value. Take a look at the Chargers in a minute to at least get that ready. Right now we got the Browns. Yeah, they got Martin Emerson. That's right. They just got all the damn third-round picks. They could go defensive tackle, edge, receiver. They need a center, and West is still available, so. Oh, Browns are coming in right away, too. All right. There we go. No, I remember Andrew Hawkins. All right, come on. We still got a lot of picks to get through, my guy. I'm not a big fan of that pick, Alex Wright. I got to watch a little bit more film on him. I watched some. I don't really want to give too much of an opinion. I didn't finish watching him. I got to watch him again. Did play a little bit high, kind of raw, seemed like to me. Kind of strong, though. But we'll see. But I don't want to just talk completely out of my ass without finishing the film on him. All right. Chargers. They still need a tackle. Yeah, they did get Zion Johnson. Forgot they didn't have a second rounder. And they're a good drafting team, and they need a linebacker. They could go get fucking Nakobe Dean right now. They could use an edge rusher, too. Maybe even a tight end. Ugh. I'm also getting very tired of sitting. Ugh. They're picking? No. Charge is taking a while. Come on. Chargers are taking a minute. They must be talking to somebody. No, pick is in. For some reason, it's not showing yet on ESPN's website, but it is on the TV broadcast. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I actually use the ESPN's draft tracker, not the NFL Network. I think ESPN's is a little bit more better organized. All right, come on. They need a linebacker, and Kobe Dean is staring at him, and Chargers draft well. JT Woods, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that pick. Yeah. I think that's a bit of a reach. All right, let me pull up the Giants. I'm ready for that, and we'll get right into talking about the Broncos. But JT Woods is very fast, but I just think he's extremely raw, and I had him as like a 5th rounder. Broncos still linebacker. Man, they got Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory as their edge rushers, dude. They get Nakobe Dean as an inside linebacker, man, that would be insane. They could use some offensive line help for Russell. They need a tight end now that Noah Fant's gone. Oh, they got Alberto. That's actually fine. Alberto's fine. They definitely need tackle though. Right. There you go. There's the tight end. He's pretty cool. Yeah, so 6'4", 243 pounds, 4'7", 40. Pretty good at getting yak. Great at getting vertical yardage as well. Good catch radius. Not much in the way of body control and not a good blocker at all. But he does have the mindset to be a good blocker. Very physical in his ability to get yak. Tough guy in the passing game. Catch focus can be a bit of an issue, but I think he is a pretty damn good player. And his athleticism is pretty solid as well. So, and like I said, I think Alberto was going to be fine, but I think having the two of them probably be good. Because I don't think Alberto is a guy that you necessarily want to pay. If I were them. Cordell So he's from LSU, 6 foot, 175 pounds. Great speed and length. Needs to get a little bit bigger for sure. Play recognition definitely needs work. Plays very hard. Has played inside and outside. Very, very raw though. Needs a lot of time to develop. But he definitely has all the physical traits, but he has like next to no technique at all. Very, very raw talent. Let's pull up the Eagles depth chart. But now we got Atlanta. There you go. My camera just refocused. That's good. Yeah, their draft's been kind of weird. They could use a tackle. Probably use some running back help too. They don't really need a running back, but they could do that. I definitely think the tackle is something that they should be looking at, though. Well, what is even available? They still got Daniel Falile, I guess. That's the only guy worth a damn left. Falcons are weird, dude. Falcons are weird. I had him as like a 5th, 6th round development guy. Falcons make some very weird decisions. All right, let's take a look at Philly. Yeah, I know Jordan Davis and Cameron Jurgens. They could still probably use another receiver to go with Brown and Smith. Corner and linebacker are still right there. I don't know. There's still plenty of receivers. Safety's definitely running out. They could definitely use one. Can we get these picks to speed up a little bit, though? That'd be great. It's supposed to end at 11. I'm not going to lie. I just want to get to my pick. That's really what it is. I'm sick of waiting for my pick. I'm actually also kind of interested to see what Dallas does because they're usually a really good drafting team, and they've been very weird this year. Falcons always suck at it. They always make bad decisions, but that's just my opinion. Tomorrow starts at what, 12? NFL draft day 3. Yeah, noon. That's what I thought. All right, Philly's pick is in. All right, man, let's go. Man, mentality-wise, though, Nakobe Dean as a Steeler would be very interesting. And him next to Devin Bush would be electric. But they should probably continue building around Kenny Pickett. Probably get some O-line help. Maybe a receiver. But let's just do Philly at the moment. Let an Eagles fan get talking, man. Damn it, Philly. Man, they got Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean, man. Oh, Vodge is going to be pissed, though. I want to see his reaction. They get Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. I might actually watch the stream tonight. Damn. That's a fantastic pick. Man. No, Nakobe Dean should have been gone a long ass time ago. Let me talk about it because I've been mentioning him all the time. He has the best mental processing I've seen in years. Very, very athletic. He is a little bit undersized, I guess, and he does have a torn pec right now. But he is a fantastic player. Super smart. Plays angry as hell. And, they say he's undersized, but he does not play like it. He's strong as shit. Gets off blocks very easily. He's a fantastic player and a fantastic leader. And people were concerned, without Jordan Davis, is Nakobe Dean still going to be as good as he was in college? I think yes, but also you have Jordan Davis. So, man, Philly's killing this shit too. I think Baltimore, the Jets, and Eagles are really – Chiefs are doing good too. All right, Steelers pick is in. Let me talk about the Steelers, I guess. I still think they could double dip at receiver. They did get George Pickens, though. Offensive line really is what they should go for because those are running out. You can go get another receiver tomorrow. DeMarvin Leal. All right. So he's 6'4" and 290 pounds, so he's probably going to be a 3-4 defensive end in their scheme. He's got some burst, can squeeze pretty decently, plays contained well. Solid versus the run. Does tend to run down the middle of people, though. And kind of tends to just rely on his natural gifts as a pass rusher. I actually kind of prefer him as a 3-tech, but he can 2-gap. I don't really like him playing edge, even though that is where Texas A&M sometimes tried to put him. But he does get his hands inside, but doesn't really know what to do with them. He really needs a second move when his first plan doesn't really work out. Very kind of a raw player, but I do think he's a decent player. So shout out to him. All right. New England. Patriots depth chart. They still need a corner. They do need linebacker, and I'm not as worried now because Nakobe Dean is at least out of our conference. I don't like Philly. I do not like the Eagles. So it does kind of upset me a little bit. But all right, Marcus Jones from Houston. Okay. That's not a bad pick, actually. So he's 5'8" and 174 pounds, so a very small corner. Twitchy, though. Some dangerous return talent, actually. Has the feet and hips to cover slot receivers well. Relies on his athletic ability. Technique really isn't there. I think he needs to play with a lot better discipline. Big receivers are definitely an issue for him. Definitely going to be a project player. I think he's going to have to probably play some special teams. And he could probably do a little bit of offense things for you too with certain packages. But pretty good pick. And the corners are running out, so it makes sense. All right, Titans. They got Traylon Burks, Roger Mccreary. Yeah, actually, the Titans are killing this shit too, actually. Holy hell. They still need a guard. They could use a tight end too. There's plenty of them. Let me take a look. What kind of guards are still available? There should still be some. Yeah, Darren Kennard. They still got the Georgia guys. Chris Paul, Cade Mays. Yeah, there's still some guards. What about tackle? I got Daniel Falile. That's about it. Max Mitchell is okay later. Kalen Dyche, not really a big fan of. Daniel Falile would actually be interesting with the Titans. It probably them or the Ravens would probably be the best fit for him. Ugh. Pick is in for the Titans. Let me go ahead and get the Cardinals depth chart pulled up so I can talk about it when it comes up. I feel like the Cardinals will probably hit a pretty good draft too. I'll look at it again when we get there. As far as who I'm looking at for the Dolphins, there's still all the damn running backs. Leo Chanel kind of wiped out inside linebacker. There's still some edge rushers, I guess, that can be developmental guys. Honestly, at this point, Brandon Winfrey's still there. He's pretty good. At this point, I'm probably looking at running back for the Dolphins. Just kind of looking at what's available. And there's still plenty of guards. There's still quite a few of them. We'll see what's available when we actually get down there, though. Ugh. Malik Willis. Holy shit. Interesting. I was not expecting that, but I guess that makes sense. Tannehill did throw a lot of picks, and they can kind of develop him while they still have Tannehill. That makes sense. So he's 6'1", 215 pounds, very explosive, very athletic. Mechanics could be a bit better. Definitely has the arm, runs if his first read isn't there. Decision-making definitely needs to improve, especially on his pre- and post-snap reads. Needs to protect himself more and start to slide. He has shown the ability to do it. Very good arm strength. Actually has some accuracy to him, too. He can throw with touch as well and has shown the ability to make NFL caliber throws. I think he has a very high ceiling, but he's definitely going to need a lot of work. And now he can sit under Tannehill and kind of develop with the coaching staff. So I think this is a pretty good situation for him. So makes sense. I'm going to pull up the Cowboys ahead of time. I already got the Cardinals pulled up. But that's crazy. It makes sense, but I wasn't even thinking quarterback for them. I really wasn't. So the Cardinals so far have only taken Trey McBride. I think they could probably use some receiver help. Not really. Yeah, they're actually fine there. Running back could definitely use some help. Edge definitely. That's what they should do. They definitely need edge rusher help. Yeah, I actually think that I think this is actually like an ideal situation for Malik Willis. Like Malik Willis had to wait to get picked, but I think this is the best situation for him. And the Titans have a very good team, and they are continuously building. Cameron Thomas, defensive end. I mean, that is a defensive end, but it's kind of weird for the Cardinals. I was thinking more of like a 3-4 outside linebacker, but this is more. He's more of a hand in the dirt guy. So he's 6'5" and 270 pounds. Not much bend at all. He has lined up at edge, 3-tech, 4-eye, and even at nose. I don't like him at nose. Good with his hands, rips under the arm pretty well. Not very athletic at edge, but it's fine if he's inside. I don't really want him dealing with double teams, unfortunately. I think he's best as probably a 3-tech, but I think he needs to get a little bit bigger. I don't think he really has enough control to be a 3-4 defensive end. I don't like this pick for the Cardinals because they're a 3-4 defense, and I don't really know what to do with him for that. I kind of liked him as like a left end in a 4-3 scheme, and then on passing downs, bringing him in as a pass rushing 3-tech. I'm not a big fan of this pick. Not with the Cardinals scheme. All right, let's take a look at Dallas. So Tyler Smith and Sam Williams. They could use some receiver help. They could use it, definitely upgrade at that third spot. Jalen Tolbert. All right. So he's 6'3" and 190 pounds. He does have a tendency to push off a little bit, so he's going to have some penalties there. He will definitely get flags. Lines up outside and in the slot. Faster than you'd expect, but definitely not elite speed. Solid contested catch ability. He doesn't look in the easy catches sometimes, which causes problems. Definitely some focus drops. Not very much of a route runner either. Doesn't really create a ton of space. I seen him as like a decent day 3 deep threat. He's a good player. He's kind of similar to Michael Gallup, though. So I don't really know what the point. I think this is a little redundant. The Bills pick is in. Let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at the Bills. They've been doing a lot of trading back today. Yeah, they've taken Kyer Elam and James Cook. That's pretty good. They could use some receiver help for sure. And there's still plenty of guys. Could still use a guard as well. All right, man. Don't make it about you. Let's go. All right, Terrell Bernard. That was a lot of hype for a pretty bad pick. Yeah, I had like a 6th-round grade on him. So I'm just gonna move on to the Raiders while he's still talking. Yeah, the Raiders actually haven't picked yet. They need offensive line for sure. Yeah, offensive line, both tackle and guard. Could use linebacker help, corner, D tackle. Could honestly probably use some receiver. Yeah. Pick is in for the Raiders. All right, come on. Let's announce the Raiders pick. They'll probably make a big deal of this one because it's the Raiders' first pick and they are in Vegas. That's understandable. But let me go ahead and pull up Tampa's depth chart while I'm at it. All right, Marcus Allen making the pick. All right. All right. One. All right, Dylan. So yeah, 6'3", 315 pounds, climbs very well. Tends to lean forward a little bit. Pretty athletic. Short arms. Kind of reacts slow to the snap sometimes. Hands are pretty decent though. But his short arms do end up leading to him missing with his hands sometimes. I seen him as more like an early day 3 guard, but toward the end of the third works as well. That's a fine pick. Nothing crazy, nothing terrible. Tampa, Logan Hall, and Luke. Okay. They could probably use a tight end or a running back here. Look at the Packers while we're at it. I'm getting tired. I have to get up early for work. I don't. Luckily, I don't work tomorrow, but fuck. Fuck. Come on. Tampa's pick is in. I just hope that Miami's pick doesn't piss me off at this point. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. There's still some guards available. Let me take a look at that, actually. Still got Darren Kennard. Someone who can play a little bit of tackle and guard. That might be smart. Still got Salyer. Chris Paul. There's still some guys. Still got Donovan West as well. The only thing with West, though, I just question how strong he is. He's definitely going to get stronger and bigger, so I don't even know if I really want him. But you get like Daniel Falile or Max Mitchell, they're still available for tackle. I guess where we're picking, I wouldn't hate Daniel Falile. Ow. All right, man. Let's go already. There's only supposed to be 8 minutes left in this broadcast. Rashad White, there you go. They got a running back. Probably a good call. So he's 6'2" and 210 pounds. He did have some fumbling issues earlier in his career, but he has fixed them. Some pretty good receiving production. Actually, a pretty good route runner for a running back. Actually can line up at receiver at times. Good balance. Pretty patient. Actually, a pretty tough runner. Finds a way to fall forward. Not super explosive. Decent long speed, but not elite. He's a willing blocker, but he's not great at it. Some wiggle to him. Kind of a one-cut back with some receiving talent. I seen him as like a 5th round guy, but I definitely had running backs higher than him. Isaiah Spiller is still there. It's interesting. Let's take a look at the Packers. San Fran's on the board. Oh, shit. That was fast. They're just moving straight through. Never mind. I'm not going to look at the Packers roster then. They're trying to push through these. Yeah. Not really a big fan of Sean Ryan. They say he can play tackle and guard. He's a pure guard, in my opinion. He really struggles against athletic talent. His hands aren't that good. His feet aren't that good. Leans. Not really a big fan of him. Kind of stops his feet as well. So let's take a look at the Niners. So, yeah, the Packers took Drake Jackson earlier, the edge rusher. They really could use a corner. They need guard as well. Safety, running back. Definitely need receiver. There's plenty of receivers and running backs available, so if they have a DB they're interested in, they might want to take him now. Haven't watched that dude. Yeah, I haven't watched him yet. I got to. I can't say anything about the Niners pick. Panthers just traded up. This has got to be a quarterback. Got to be Matt Corral or Sam Howell. For the Panthers to trade up like this, they must not be getting Baker or Garoppolo. They got to be going quarterback. Yep, they got to be going quarterback. Also, the Dolphins are now less than 10 picks away from our first pick, which is nice. Hopefully they don't piss me off. That's all I'm asking. There's plenty of running backs available. Are there any linebackers I wouldn't hate? Leo Chanel would be okay. Actually, Channing Tindall, I'd be okay with him. Yeah, there's still some linebackers. Mari Barno for edge. That could be a developmental guy, I guess. He's athletic. But about O-line. Yeah, we still got Daniel Falile, Max Mitchell, Darian Kennard. So yeah, still the Georgia guys. Donovan West, I'm not really a massive fan of, but he's there. That's the last center that has any value in my opinion. This has got to be Matt Corral. Plenty of running backs. There's still some receivers available. We don't really need receiver, but I wouldn't hate it. Still some decent tight ends, I guess, if they wanted to go that route, but I really don't want to draft a tight end. Although we don't really have any long-term options. Hunter Long, I guess, but like Shaheen, I think we got another year. Gasecki, same thing. Pick is in for the Panthers. I love you, Q, but I am not watching that live concert. I'm going to bed after this draft. So they drafted Ikem Ekwonu to help protect. Yep, there goes Matt Corral. He was my quarterback 1. So they still get my quarterback 1, and they get Ikem Ekwonu. So he's 6'2" and 205 pounds. Very quick release. Can definitely escape pressure and make you miss. Good at RPO, so definitely want to implement that. Mechanics could definitely be improved, but I think it's solid enough now. Really good arm strength. Footwork is inconsistent, but definitely shows flashes. Can really hurt you with his legs. Slides well and protects himself. Can definitely make NFL caliber throws. And actually, I think his arm strength could even be better if he used his shoulders a little bit more with his mechanics. He does get some tunnel vision at times and tends to stare down receivers. That's one thing I definitely want to see him work on, but he is very elusive. Very, very good deep ball. Does kind of click his heels, so I do want to see him work on his footwork a little bit. Very good prospect. Decision-making could be improved, but I think it's solid now. I think you should probably start Sam Darnold at first and let this guy develop a little bit. But I do like the pick, and also going to get Ikem to protect him is a good call. All right, let's take a look at Cincinnati. Yeah, they've taken 2 safeties. Interesting. Yeah, Cincinnati still needs O-line. I don't care what they say. I know they got Leo Collins, but they still need more. They could use a linebacker, probably a corner as well. Because Cam is probably going to be more of a safety, and Daxton Hill definitely is. So, I do agree that Matt Corral had the best film of the quarterbacks. I didn't realize that Matt Corral had some alcohol issues. I didn't know that. So that's what was kind of holding him back, huh? His decision making on the field is definitely holds him back a little bit too. But I didn't realize there was off the field things with him. Pick is in for the Bengals. Come on, let's announce the Bengals pick. Thank you for just getting to it. Zach Carter. That's a pretty good pick. Yeah, pretty good player, pretty versatile. Where was he in my defensive line rankings? So he's a guy that can actually do some 3-4 defensive end things and as well as some 3 tech. I think he's probably going to be more of a 3. Pretty athletic, but kind of raw. But pretty good prospect. Oh, the Colts traded up. And their pick is in immediately. All right, here comes the Colts. Ah, okay. Nick Cross. Yeah, so he's 6 foot, 212 pounds, ran a 4.3, 4.40, so very fast with that frame is pretty crazy. Very aggressive player. He's a hard hitting missile. Definitely better moving forward because he kind of has tight hips moving side to side. Can absolutely cover tight ends, but I think he's best as just a downhill killer. His mental processing can be a little bit late, especially in zone. I seen it was like a 4th rounder, to be honest, but I guess this late in the 3rd, basically the same thing. So yeah, I think he definitely needs to develop his mental processing as well as his zone coverage. I think he's pretty decent in man, but like I said, I think it's just as a hard hitting box safety with a lot of speed. I think he's a pretty good player. So let's look at the Lions. I still think they should probably double up at receiver. I think they could definitely use maybe another edge rusher too. I'm not really a big fan of Charles Harris. Could definitely use some linebacker help. Could use a safety. There ain't many left. Pick is in for the Lions. Had a pretty good draft so far. Aiden Hutchinson and Jameson Williams, even Josh Pascal is not a terrible pick. Kind of early for him, but oh shit. Definitely think either linebacker or safety probably for Detroit. But I don't know. It's weird because the ESPN website still says that there's 2 minutes left, but the live broadcast on TV says the pick is in, so I don't know. All right, let's go. I don't want to hear these people speak. I just want to get the picks already. I want to go to bed. That's what I want to do. I'm tired. Was working all day. Tired. But whatever. Guess while they're talking, I guess I can take another look at some players for the Dolphins. Isaiah Spiller is still there. Brian Robinson, Dameon Pierce. We still pretty much have our pick at running back, Jerome Ford. Still some receivers, even though we don't need them. Calvin Austin, Shakir, David Bell. Some guys there. As far as offensive line, we still got Darren Kennard. Still got the Georgia guards. Chris Paul. Daniel Falile is still there. Max Mitchell, I probably wouldn't take until tomorrow. Donovan West, I guess, is there at center. I'm not really a big fan of him. I'm not really a big fan of any of the centers left. There's still a couple linebackers. We still got Leo Chanel and Channing Tindall. I like both of them. I'd rather take Channing. What up, Barry? Damn. Kirby Joseph. Yeah, safeties are – looks like kind of a run on safety because there ain't many of them left. So Kirby Joseph is 6'1", 203 pounds. Only one season as a starter, so that's a thing. And Illinois, not the best competition. So he's kind of indecisive. Angles are pretty inconsistent. Mental processing definitely hurts him. RPOs are something that he really struggles with. Doesn't really have much hit power. Decent back pedal, though. Recognizes route combos pretty solidly. Fluid movement. Speed is kind of on the average side. Don't really want him as a single high, but he can be okay if he's doing like split coverage and stuff like that. I think he should definitely be in like a cover 2 or cover 3 scheme. I don't think he necessarily tackles well to be a strong and doesn't have the mental processing or the range to really be a free, and isn't good enough at man coverage to be a nickel, so I don't really know what to do with him. I honestly didn't – I'm not really interested in him, so have fun, Detroit. Washington is on the clock. Let's take a look at them. They have taken Jahan Dotson and Fedarian Mathis. That's right. Could definitely use some linebacker help. Hopefully, they're speeding through this now. I still hate that name. Brian Robinson, damn it. I want as many options as possible, man. So Brian Robinson's a pretty good running back from Alabama. Let me get my notes on him. He was my number 9 running back. So he's 6'1" and 225 pounds, so he's a bigger running back. One thing I noticed right away is that he's good about getting his quarterback. Yeah, he's good at getting out of his quarterback's lap when he's blocking. and actually a pretty solid blocker as well. Has some wiggle to him and enough speed to get the job done, but he doesn't have that like elite home run speed you're looking for. Doesn't have really any kind of fumbling issues. He's actually good when his quarterback is scrambling. He's good at coming back to the ball. He's actually a pretty good receiver out of the backfield. He's actually has experience lining up at fullback and can lead block. Vision is solid. Not super athletic, but I think he's a pretty solid player for them. All right, Cleveland. And their pick is in. They've had Martin Emerson and Alex Wright. Their class has been kind of so-so. But they also have only had third-round picks so far, so that's the thing. I still think that they could definitely use some receiver help, and there's plenty of them. Could use a defensive tackle. There's still quite a few of them left, too. Perrion Winfrey is actually still available. He's damn good. All right. Cleveland's pick. Come on. David Bell, wide receiver. I was just saying they should take a receiver. Pretty good pick. So he's 6'1", 212 pounds, 4.65, 40. Plays inside and out. Some pretty solid route running to him. Good footwork. Not very explosive or fast, and not much catch strength. But he is hard to bring down when he's getting yak. I could see him as mostly a slot guy. Balance isn't necessarily that great, though. And it takes some time to get up to full speed, but his actual long speed is actually decent. I seen him as an early day 3 guy, so taking him this late in this third round makes sense. So, decent pick. Let me take a look at the Cardinals. Yeah, they've had Trey McBride and Cameron Thomas. I still don't really like the Cameron Thomas pick for the Cardinals. I think he's actually a decent player. I just don't think he really fits them. So I still think they need an edge rusher because they run a 3-4. So Cameron Thomas is not really an edge rusher for them. Could use some guard help, but I don't want them to do that. Majai Sanders, there's an actual edge rusher for them. They're a 3-4, so. Majai Sanders, 6'5", 255 pounds, pretty decent cloth pull, very active in the run game, good ball get off. He does have a tendency to jump off sides. Not the strongest guy in the world, but very high effort, aggressive guy. Decent hand fight to him. Doesn't really rush with any sort of a plan. Kind of runs down the middle of people, despite him not being the strongest guy in the world. Gives good effort in the run game, but often gets washed out. Very, very raw. Not much in the way of technique. I see him as more of a 3-4 outside linebacker development guy. Has some tools, but it's nothing consistent. So, yeah. There's a lot of edge rushers similar to Majai in this class, which makes things interesting and kind of weird. All right, Jets. I got to get through the Jets, and then it's the Dolphins pick. They've had Sauce, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, and Breece Hall. That is a great draft so far. Check out their Depth chart. They could still use a linebacker. So regardless, either Leo Chanel or Tyndall should be available. I'd probably take one of them. I'd rather Tyndall. I think we could use a linebacker, but there's also still some offensive linemen available. Daniel Falile is definitely still there. I wouldn't hate that at this point. Darren Kennard, I'd be kind of okay with. Salyer from Georgia. So I think we should either go Isaiah. These are the players I'm okay with. Isaiah Spiller, Daniel Falile, I guess. Darren Kennard. Leo Chanel or Channing Tindall. If we get any of those 5 players, I'm not going to be pissed. Channing Tindall or Isaiah Spiller would be the best options in my opinion, though. Isaiah Spiller is, I think he's my second running back, right? I think so. Third. Jets pick is in. Come on, man. Let's go. Just don't do any weird shit. There's also some receivers available. I wouldn't hate that. We don't really need receiver. But I think Channing Tindall is the one I really want. I'll watch him go to the Jets because they do need a linebacker. I do like Leo Chanel, though, as well. I think him and Jerome Baker would be good together. We also still really need offensive linemen. And Daniel Falile is a right tackle. So that is a thing. Come on, let's announce the Jets pick already, man. So we can get to the Dolphins. I've been waiting long enough. Give me my pick. Not Tyndall. Just. All right, man. We've been here too long. Let's go. All right, Jeremy Ruckert. That is a good pick for the Jets, though. All right, so good catch radius. Solid route running for a tight end. Deceptive athleticism for his side. Good body control. Willing blocker, but lacks technique. He sometimes gets himself out of position when he's blocking. Solid receiving threat that has to improve as a blocker and has some athleticism to him. Now, all the players I mentioned are still on the board. I really want Channing Tindall. He is my number one choice that's still available. I haven't really been able to give my thoughts on who I'd want until now because I didn't know who would still be here. Channing Tindall, we could really use an inside linebacker, and I think he's the best player at a position in need that is still available. Isaiah Spiller would also be a very good option as well. So let's go. I would also be okay with certain offensive linemen. Falile would make some sense. Kennard would make some sense. Even like Salyer would be okay. Leo Chanel would be okay. There's actually a lot of running backs that I'd be okay with. We could go with like Jerome Ford from Cincinnati as well. All right, pick is in for the Dolphins. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, motherfucker. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Give me my fucking player. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? I don't want to see these graphics. I just want to know who it is. I feel you. I feel you. This is our first pick. You want to make it special. But I'm nervous. We typically don't draft well. Come on. I either want... I would really like Tyndall or a really solid running back or a decent lineman. All right, come on. Sub-Zonk. Come on. Channing Tyndall! Yes! That's exactly who I asked for. They listened to me. I'll take that. Finally, a linebacker with some mental processing. All right, I wanted to put my tweet out there. Let me. So, playing time for him wasn't great because of how great Georgia's defense was, but he's 6'2" and 230 pounds. His instincts are really, really solid. It's not as good as Nakobe Dean's by any means, but it is very solid. A little bit small, but that's okay. He definitely has the pursuit speed that you're looking for, though. Instincts are constantly improving. He's always trying to improve his skills. Can deal with blocks very well. Misdirection can be a bit of an issue for him, but I still do think his instincts and mental processing is continuously improving. I think he can play Sam right away. And I think he can step in and play Mike with us as well. I do really like this pick. I'm more than happy with this. More than happy with this pick. I wanted either him or one of the running backs. So I'm let's go. Let's go. We didn't fuck it up. I'll take it. Obviously it wasn't going to be one of the top tier guys with how late we were picking, but I'm more than happy with Tyndall. He's a fantastic player. Fuck the Chiefs. Not fuck the Chiefs. I'll fucking give my input. And there goes Leo Chanel. He was the other linebacker I would have been happy with. Leo Chanel is another really good linebacker. He's a fucking brick. He's 6'2" and 250 pounds and deals with trash very well. He is strong as fuck. He's not very athletic, but his mental processing is very good. And he is very, very angry. Very, very good player. So, shout out to the Chiefs. And putting him next to Nick Bolton sounds like a lot of fun, to be honest. I think him and Nick Bolton will get along very well. And he's not going to do too much. He's going to do his job. All right, come on, Rams. Let's go. Let's knock out the Rams and Niners. I want to be done. I don't care. I don't care about this fucking shit. I just want to finish this. I just want to finish the night out. Fucking lay down. I want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep. but it will finish. I may give y'all a quick video just on Leo Chanel. I mean, not Leo Chanel, Channing Tindall as well. Once this is up. Steven Jackson, very underrated running back. Yo, don't make it about you, man. I'm tired. Let's go. I guess they should make a big deal of it. They're Super Bowl champions, but man, let's fucking go. Fuck the Rams. I don't even have an issue with him, but I do like Steven Jackson, though. Let's fucking go already. I haven't watched Logan Bruss. I haven't watched him. Not gonna give my input on him. I haven't watched him. I'm not gonna gaslight y'all. I might decide to watch him at some point. I don't know. Last year, I did a whole thing where I watched all the players that got drafted that I hadn't seen. I don't think I'm gonna do that again. That was a lot of work. I'm gonna watch like if the Dolphins draft anyone I haven't seen. I'll watch film on them. But I don't really care what. He's probably gonna be a backup for the Rams, to be fair. All right. Do the Niners know what they're doing? Pick is in for the Niners. Let's go. Let's go. I probably will do a quick video on Channing Tindall the second this is up. Danny Gray. All right, let me talk about Danny Gray real quick, and then I'm going to end this stream. So he's 6'1" and 180 pounds. Has some real speed to him. Sinks his hips pretty well. Quick feet aid him in his route running and yak. Willing blocker, but he's not very good at it. But he's a really good yak guy. Decent at point catching, despite him not being the biggest receiver in the world. Definitely a hands catcher, which is nice. Acceleration is really good. Good vertical. Struggles versus press coverage, though. Can play outside and in the slot, but I think he's mostly probably going to be a slot. Contested catch is inconsistent for sure. I seen him as probably somewhere in the 4th round, so last pick of the 3rd definitely makes sense for him. So, yeah, pretty good pick for the Niners. So, anyway, that's going to do it for tonight. I am going to probably do a quick video on Channing Tindall. I might do a film session at some point if it doesn't get blocked, but I'm just going to give my quick thoughts on him in a separate video just to kind of get that out there. So, yeah. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. If you liked it, appreciate hitting that like button. If you have any questions or comments in the comments down below, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.